morning to everybody. Facebook, YouTube, PlayStation. Just wanted to make sure the stream was going out to my YouTube. I don't often post my streams there, so it's kind of going to be interesting, I think, for some of the people in my real life to see my gaming life. Um, so this is my account. It's ordered by role. This is obviously a healer. Heal Goddess. This is also one of my healers. My healers are set up very differently. They have different builds to them to bring different things to a group. So depending on what I feel is going to best serve a group is often which healer I'm going to bring into content. Currently, this is the healer I've kind of been playing the most. Healer is my #1 role. I also tank. I'm a pretty good tank. I don't enjoy it as much as healing, but I do it because I'm good at it and it's needed. Then once we scroll down through all my tanks, once again all goddesses, we have my DPSs, and these first 5 are going to be mag DPSs. We have my Sork. This is my carry tune. This is the one that I sell carries on. For certain content. But this tune is a very, very strong tune. This is one of my better DPSs. It's Necro. Very strong class. It's a mag Necro. I also have a stam Necro. This is my boss killer right here. This DPS in particular is set up very single target. Has absolutely ridiculous damage output on single target. This is one I've been playing around with. Pretty cool, pretty fun to play, but I don't know, I've got a little ways to go to get this one developed here. And then lastly, for my mag DPS, I have a Magblade, which also is a newer one. It is geared for vet level content, but there's a lot of work I would like to put into this tune to improve it. I feel like it could be a lot better than it is. And that's mostly just going to be farming, just leveling skills and farming Sky Shard, that kind of thing, just to get the skill base expanded a little bit more and give it some more options. Then we move into my Stam DPS. Probably one of the most OP classes in the game right now, a Stam Necro DPS. I don't play Stam a whole lot. Like, it's fun, but it's like I really, really prefer mag DPS. But Stam DPS tends to hit the higher numbers. So I do keep them, and also they're particularly useful in certain content. Certain content you're going to want Stam tunes as opposed to mag tunes, and it's vice versa. Sometimes you're going to want mag tunes instead of Stam, so it's nice to have the variety. This one was originally intended to be a farmer, and that was how I built it. And it's just the Warden class is one that I play. It's one of my favorite classes, and there's a lot of things about Warden mathematically that I exploit to create very strong tunes when they're not supposed to be. So this tune, like I said, was originally supposed to be a farmer, and I never really geared her for DPS. I geared her to farm. But she ended up having more DPS than most people I come across. Again, because Warden is something that I consider one of my main classes. I really enjoy playing Wardens. They have a very diverse toolkit for what they can do, and they're very flexible and can adapt to different groups. So like Wardens to me are just a beautiful thing in a pug. For those of you who don't know what a pug is, it's a pickup group. And a lot of times in pickup groups, people are not going to have the right gear, the right skills. You get a lot of players that just don't know what they're doing. And that's where having that flexibility to kind of move between those three roles. For example, if we have a weak healer, I can throw some heals on my bar and do enough healing that we're gonna get through content. Um, if we have a bad tank that's not pulling aggro, I can throw some skills on my bar to make myself a little tankier. Right now she's loaded out as a full-out DPS, but having that flexibility to dial into like how the group dynamic is to me a beautiful thing in a pug. So I really enjoy wardens in pugs because of that flexibility. And this one right here is my Stam Nightblade, homage to Oblivion with the Grey Fox. One of my favorite tunes. I absolutely adore this tune. And then finally, one of my final tune that the account is allowed to have, the 18th tune that I leveled, Stam Templar. And she's decent. Like again, like this one in particular, she's not my highest DPS by any means, but she's putting out more DPS than most of the players in the game that I get grouped with. Not within my guilds. Within my guilds, I have some very strong players. People are hitting 80, 90k in DPS, so I mean, in my guild, she's a joke, but as far as going out in pugs and stuff like that, she's hitting far better numbers than most of what I see out there. A lot of times when I take even my weakest DPS into tunes, they tend to have more burn than people who are DPS mains, which I find pretty interesting. I don't know how you main a DPS with no DPS, but people do it. So I'm gonna go in on my healer, the one that I've been loving. A lot of people have given me shit on this healer because it's very non-meta. First of all, like, Sorcerer is not one of the main classes they want healing. They look for Templars or Wardens. And then Wood Elf is not a mag race, so a lot of people give me a really, really, really hard time about the Wood Elf Sorc healer. But at the same time, I was very intentional in how I built this tune, and the Wood Elf class gets some serious passive perks towards stamina, how much they have, and also the stamina regen. Because of her race as a Wood Elf, she has that advantage with stamina, and because of her class as a sorcerer, she has access to a skill where she's able to convert stamina into mag. So even though this isn't a mag race, because of that high stam and high stam regen and that conversion from being a sorcerer, she basically has endless magic. I'm literally able to go from an empty mag pool to within about 5 seconds filling my mag and being able to go right back at it, which is an absolutely beautiful thing as a healer. So yeah, it's a very non-meta build, but it's very effective. I've already had her in vet trials. And endgamers, my endgamers, my elite friends, like they give me crap for her. But it's in play. They know I'm a good healer, and they trust me. So if this is what I'm bringing in there, they know they're gonna get their heals. Which is pretty awesome. So let's go ahead and get logged in. But yeah, she's already doing vet dungeons, or vet trials, I'm sorry. Done hard modes in trials. She's actually a very, very effective healer. She's not your my main healer is a mitigation healer. She's my strongest healer by far, my main, but she's a mitigation healer. This healer in particular is built to add to group burn. She's very buff, debuff, really, really brings a lot of burn to groups. I definitely feel the difference when I play my main healer versus this healer. This healer, things just melt when she's around. With my main healer, it's a lot slower burn, but for content where there's things that hit really hard, or there's just a lot of damage being done. She's by far the better healer, being able to mitigate that damage and just has bigger heals. This tune is just definitely fun for clearing content because she brings so much burn to groups that even some of the worst DPS, it's fast runs, which is a beautiful thing. So let's see. First I'm gonna check my charges, make sure I'm all ready to go out and play. Yeah, she's ready to go out and play. So I'm gonna throw some food on. Now, I'd like to point out that this is a healer build, 100%. If I go to my CP tree, you can see I'm not putting points into damage. She's got 19 in spell erosion, which is pretty common. I did put some into critical damage, but also because it's critical healing, so it's kind of a dual effect. But mostly I went for healing on this build. That's the way I build my healers. I'm a purist. I believe healers should be healers, tanks should be tanks, and DPS should be DPS. I don't like mixing things up. So yeah, this tune is just built as a pure healer, focused on recovery, healing. Really didn't put points where they would be on my DPS tunes. My red tree is pretty common. I use a generic red tree setup unless I go into a vet trial, and then obviously I set the CP for that particular trial. Green, I just kind of threw points where I felt like I would need them. Break free, they did something a patch or two ago, and it seems like there's just a lot more CC happening in the dungeons. So I added a lot of points to the break free to reduce the cost of breaking out. Again, recovery. That's where I'm putting my points, is recovery and healing. That's how I build healers. And then we have some reducing the cost of roll dodge. Because I'm a wood elf. There is a lot of stam play on this tune, which is kind of unusual with a healer. Because I do have that bigger stam pool and that better stam recovery, I'm able to stam play a lot more, and roll dodging in this game is huge. Rather than mitigate damage, if you can just avoid it completely, that's going to save you resources and time. So I'm in huge favor of just roll dodging things rather than blocking or trying to tank it or heal it. So yes, I'm a very roll dodgy kind of tune with this wood elf. So that's my CP. As far as skills that I'm running on this particular build, pretty basic setup on my healer bar. This is what it looks like for most of my healers. Orbs are on square. My illustrious healing is on triangle. I know the healing springs gives you mag recovery, but I'm not worried about my recovery is already pretty high. So I'm not worried about the recovery. I would rather have the bigger heals with this tune. I tend to run this on her, just to give me the chance to basically get over to my back bar, and we'll go over the back bar in a second, but I have a lot of my buffs, debuffs on the back bar, and I basically drop regeneration on people so that I can spend a few seconds on my back bar and not have to worry about healing. I have a burst heal on my back bar. It's the same one that's on my front bar, which is my burst heals are always on L1, or my self heals on a DPS. Always on my L1. No matter what tune I play, that's my heal button. And then I have Combat Prayer, which is a massive boost to the group. Not only is it damage mitigation, it's also going to give them a massive DPS boost. 8% damage is a pretty big thing. I run Warhorn. this is almost a must for any healer, and this is just going to add to DPS as well. So let's go over to my back bar. This is the ability I was talking about that a sorcerer gets, to where I am able to convert my stam into mag. And not only does it turn into mag, it also is a heal. So it's an extremely useful skill, and coming into it, I knew for a long time, I planned this tune out, I knew I wanted a Sorc healer. It was one of my last healers I built, and I had a really good idea of the direction I wanted to go with it. And yeah, I definitely wanted to take advantage of the conversion from stam to mag. So on this particular tunes, like some of my healers, I run sustain sets. This particular healer really doesn't need sustain sets because it's got a stupid recovery, and if I manage to burn all my mag, I've got an entire pool to fill up. And still have stam left, which is pretty awesome. Critical Surge basically increases my damage and also is a heal. I really don't need to heal off it. I'm going for the damage boost. That helps any DPS that I'm putting out, which I don't really put out a whole lot on this tune. If I set it up DPS-wise, I can put out more than most people. But I really don't run it as a DPS. I run it as a healer, so like I don't have a spammable on my DPS bar. I run Ellie Drain, my heal, Blockade of Storms to help my stam DPS. This is that off balance is a massive boost for them. So that's basically another huge debuff I'm dropping. And then also when I do the dark conversion, one of the really, really awesome things about it, it gives the whole group major crit. Yeah, that's pretty cool to be able to give your entire group crit. Then I run Negate. This is the morph of Negate. A lot of people give me a hard time when they see me drop it, because most of the times Negate is used to basically absorb ground-based AoEs, effects, basically negate anything that an enemy lays down, and kind of offers you like a bubble of protection. But what a lot of people don't realize too is negate is actually a massive hot. So it's healing for 15-13 every half a second, which if we go back and look at Healing Springs, which is like one of the premier healing skills, it's doing almost that same amount every second. So negate is actually double the heals of Healing Springs, and this is like the bread and butter of a healer right here. So it's a pretty big damn hot. And usually if I drop this on a group, there's nobody going down. The heals between my front bar heals, I mean, when I stack all this stuff up, you have to be really, really squishy to die on me. Basically, you're gonna have like no resist to have to die on me at that point. So yeah, I like to run the negate as opposed to the barrier. It's just a really, really good option because one, it does remove any negative effects that are in the area, and then two, it's just a disgustingly massive hot. So yeah, it's just, to me as a healer, that's a very, very effective skill and a very nice thing to have in my toolkit. So that's kind of the build and where I was going with her. If you look at the gear, again, we focused on burn rather than healing and mitigation. So where my main healer is running sets to where it's powering up my healing and mitigating damage for the group, this healer in particular is running sets that are going to bring more burn to the group. So I'm using Infallible Aether, which is... It's an interesting set. It was pretty much a mandatory set before they changed Wardens. They changed Wardens. If you look down at the 5th trait on this, when you do a fully charged heavy attack, you apply minor vulnerability for 10 seconds. Basically, again, boosting damage by 8% on whatever mob you heavy attacked. So vulnerability is kind of a rare thing in this game. So yeah, before they changed the Warden, this was kind of a must-have for healers, and then once they changed Warden to give it vulnerability on its skills, this set really fell off and people stopped using it. I had this set on my Warden before they made that change. Once they made that change, it was no use on my Warden anymore, so I took it off and it sat in my chest for a while until I created my Sorc healer. Um, I knew I was going for burn, and one of the things missing from the Sorc toolkit is vulnerability, so IA was just a natural fit. So I got to pull it out of my chest and actually make use of it again. So this is one of the ways she's bringing burn to the group on top of all the others, and it's just the same way I'm stacking heals, I'm stacking buffs and making basically my DPS OP. I run Symphony of Blades for the monster. That is basically a sustain set for the group. So that is adding to the burn because it's giving my group more resources to burn with. And then for the body pieces, I'm running Olarims, which again is another massive boost to burn. So again, I'm stacking all my heals and I'm stacking all my buffs, and it ends up with massive heals and massive burn for the group, which to me is an excellent build for a burn healer. Um, so yeah, this is the sets I'm running. Jewelry traits, I'm running 1 damage and 2 recovery. Um, Damage, again, a lot of people don't realize that damage doesn't just apply to DPSs. Higher spell damage will increase the size of your heals as a healer. So what a lot of people don't realize is you could respec your attributes and skill points and all that things and take a DPS and literally convert it over to a healer and not even change your sets. Like if your sets are you know, giving you spell damage and crit and all that, it's just gonna apply to your healing if you turn it into a healer. So it's a very interesting thing. And yeah, when I convert this tune over, because like I said, right now I'm running my back bar as a healer. Depending on the group, sometimes I will convert this back bar over to more DPS oriented. And often when I do that, this healer has more burn than most of the DPSs I get stuck with in pugs in this game. So that's pretty ridiculous when your healer can out DPS you, but is what it is. So I guess we're gonna go and do some stuff. I really enjoy the builds. I really enjoy getting into, especially with healers. Healers have been my thing for over 20 years. Really, really enjoy getting into the builds and the intricacies of it, and none of my healers, none of my tunes play the same. In some instances, you know, I have 4 Wardens, I have 4 Necros. They're the same class, yes, but none of them play the same. They're using different skills, they're using different sets. All of them have a very different vibe to them. So I really do enjoy getting to tweak and play with things. So let's go ahead and queue up and see what we can get ourselves into. Hopefully we get something good. Lately, it's been interesting, like ever since they did the DPS nerf, that really big DPS nerf. It's actually been... It used to be the inverse. It used to be, like, it was super easy to get dungeons as a healer or a tank, and now like DPS is at the premium. So when you're running normals, like DPS is a dime a dozen, and they end up with these crazy queue times, whereas like healers and tanks get in super fast. But when you get to veteran, there's just not a lot of vet DPS out there, unfortunately. So as a healer or a tank, where normally, you know, 2 patches ago you'd have this super fast queue in vets, like now you end up waiting on DPSs, which is a complete opposite from normals. Like on a normal, I get on one of my DPS and queue vet and just, it's instant. And it wasn't like that. So that nerf really kind of did hurt the veteran. part of the game, because it's a much longer wait for groups on vet than I'm used to. Unless you're a DPS, and then it's almost an instant queue now, which is completely backwards from the way it used to be. But yeah, there's just not a lot of DPS at this point that are willing to go into vets, so it's just waiting. I could go and find some of my people and just build a group. Sometimes I just find it more fun to jump into pugs, and it's, rather than hey, I got 3 badasses with me and we're just going to steamroll this. It can make it a little more adventurous and a little more challenging. I think pugging so much is part of what made me better at this game. Having to deal with some of the situations you deal with in pugs, people coming in queued as DPS on tanks, and people coming in on DPS as healers that have not even a single heal. Like, you just learn to adapt and overcome different situations, and I think that made me a better and stronger player. Tempest Island Vet. Fun little dungeon. We'll see what happens here. There is a couple places in here where mechs are a thing. I'm guessing, usually when I key vets, I get some pretty pro groups. So every now and then I'll get some people that really don't belong in vet. But for the most part, I get some pretty good groups in vet. So I'm expecting everyone's going to know mechanics, and I will probably end up with like speed, no death, hard mode, I'm assuming here. I already should have them on this tune, I believe, but I have 18 tunes, so like God only knows what I have on what at this point. So kind of the most difficult thing about playing this tune is finding the balance between healing and buffing. Because obviously you want to buff, you want to get that DPS to hit harder. You also got to keep heals up. So I try to heal, make sure they're getting resources, but also spend time on that back bar getting buffs in. Like that right there. If I have a stam DPS here, which I'm not sure because I haven't looked yet, that'll help them tremendously. We're gonna apply some debuffing here with the Ellie Drain. As you can see, things are melting. Like, this is vet and it looks like a normal, which is pretty cool. On my mitigate, I mean, they're good DPSs. On my mitigation healer, they would have nowhere near this burn. They would have much better healing and mitigation, but a lot of times people just, in a dungeon like this, they don't really need the massive healing or mitigation. And look at us. Thank you, Zaz. Our tank is stuck in the ground. Hold on, let me help our tank out here. I have a feeling he's gonna be out before I have this all typed out. No, he's still in there. So hopefully he'll... Somebody left, that's fine, we'll get somebody else. Tank just got himself unstuck, so he's gonna go back to the beginning of the dungeon. He should be up here in just a moment. Meantime, I'm gonna go down here and solo some shit because I'm bored. Again, I don't have DPS, like I don't have a spammable on my bar, so I'm gonna rely on my heavy attack, but with that IA, it gives me a much stronger heavy attack on top of the vulnerability, so it's actually kind of like a DPS heavy attack build on my back bar at the moment. If I knew I was going to be soloing this stuff in here, which I'm not anymore, tank's back over here, but yeah, I would have slapped on a spammable and actually gone a little more DPS-y on my back bar, but as you see, it's vet, and for a healer, that's more than enough burn. I'm not supposed to have burn, yet I do. So when you see my arms glow orange like they just did, that's the crit bonus from the conversion. And if you watch closely when I apply it, or I refill my mag off my stam and I use that conversion, you'll see it on the entire group, which is really, really cool to just give people that extra crit. It does make a difference. I've got a number of tunes that can actually solo the vanilla vets, as long as it's not something that requires a second person for mechanics reasons. Yeah, as long as like somebody doesn't have to release me from like a cocoon or do something mechanic wise to have that second person. Like if it's yeah, I can solo most of the vanilla vets. And while I'm pretty sure my healer would be quite capable of soloing a vanilla vet, I would much rather do it on my DPS, just a faster run. I mean, this is good damage for a healer, but this is nowhere near the damage that my DPS puts out. So yeah, I'd much rather have a DPS. Barn. I'm so used to being in group, and right now I'm in party, so I can be talking to you fine folks, so they don't hear when I call my horn. I'm pretty sure they heard it though. Yeah. Yell all you want. That's the end of that. So we got ourselves another DPS. That first DPS was pretty lame to leave because somebody got stuck, because it's pretty common in ESL. So yeah, I mean, you just, you know, if the person doesn't know how to get themselves unstuck, you just help them, and I've never seen anybody, like, stay stuck for more than, you know, 5-10 minutes so they figure out what you're telling them and how to do it on the menu. So yeah, I mean, that first group, we had a pretty good group, so it was just kind of dumb for him to leave it. But then again, he's a DPS queuing for vet, so yeah, he's probably gonna get instant queues, so he doesn't care. Unfortunately, him leaving and the tank having to do the get me unstuck counts as deaths, quote unquote. So that rules out the no death for this dungeon. Because of the delay, I'm not sure if we'll get speed if these guys have really, really good burn. We might still get a speed run out of this. If the burn's not there, I mean, we've already lost 5-10 minutes on the tank getting stuck, so that leaves us like maybe 20 minutes to get through the rest of this dungeon for the speed run. Hard mode in this dungeon is pretty interesting. I'm gonna kind of leave it to the group. Like, I know I'm not gonna have any, I know the mechanics for the fight, so I'll be fine. I don't know these guys' comfort level. I mean, if the tank doesn't know how to get unstuck, then, you know, I'm not very confident that he knows the mechanics for vet hard mode in here. So yeah, I'm just gonna stand by, and if they read the scroll, they read the scroll, and if they don't, they don't. I would prefer hard mode, but yeah, this is not a group I'm familiar with. And judging from what I'm seeing so far, they may not have the knowledge, and I really don't want to go into group chat and have to explain mechanics. I do that a lot, I'm just not trying to do it while I'm on stream. Helping players in this game is like one of my favorite things to do. I'm, usually pretty selfless. If somebody needs things crafted, I don't really charge people, I do it for free. If somebody needs carries, a lot of people in this game sell carries. I prefer to help people, and so particularly my guild. Like a lot of times, I'm very capable of running the end game content, but a lot of times you're gonna find me in lower level content because I'm helping lower levels. When you have tunes that can literally like just solo steamroll a dungeon, and then you have a new player, it's it helps that new player a lot when you can just blaze them, particularly like say somebody that just turned 160 and they're farming for gear, and you have a DPS that can just literally go melt the dungeon. It makes those gear runs a lot faster, and it increases, the probability that they're going to get the pieces they need and get the set they need. And it's if you go in there on 4 low levels, it's going to be a very slow burn, and a dungeon that takes me 10-15 minutes to run through solo, like it's going to take them a good 30-40 minutes, and that makes farming difficult. So yeah, it's nice to have like somebody with some high DPS in your group that can just literally just come through and melt things. And I really do enjoy it. I enjoy watching people grow. I'm an officer in a number of different guilds, and it's like kind of one of my favorite things to do as an officer is help people. Whether it be sitting in the guild chat and helping them with their build and going over their character sheets and their stats and doing the mathematical part of it for them, or, advising them of, like, okay, you're at this point on your account, like, here's what's going to be expected of you at endgame, so this is what you want to start working towards. That kind of stuff is just invaluable. The knowledge that I bring into a dungeon or a trial is extremely helpful for players, like a lot of people in this game are very impatient and don't want to teach, and that's kind of my nature, is I'm a teacher and a nurturer, so I very much enjoy it. I like watching people that, were just getting made fun of a day ago for being a scrub and developing them to, badass characters. To me, that's awesome. Like, that's really awesome to watch somebody make that transformation and go from, like, not knowing a thing about ESO to, spending time with me, learning from me, and, a short time later, they're at a very proficient level within the game to where they're leading others. I had one the other day. It was really awesome because, I was teaching her some things and I taught her something, and probably no more than about 30 minutes after I taught her it, somebody asked a very similar question, and before I could even respond, she taught them. And that was super awesome. My guilds are like my families. I'm a very loyal player, so when I'm in a guild, I'm very loyal to those guilds. I do help players outside the guild, but my main focus is those guilds, those players. Those are my people. So those are the ones I'm looking out for first and foremost. Players outside my guild, I have plenty of friends that aren't in my guilds. I'm more than willing to like run content with them, help them, do things with them, but if it comes down to them or a guildie, my guild takes priority. I'm still trying to do callouts, and I'm in a party all by myself. That guy's trying to die on me. So we're gonna go over our front bar, because that one guy took a little bit of damage over there, so we're gonna drop some heals for him. And then we're gonna go back over the back bar, get our buffs going. Do some heavy attacking. I prefer to heavy attack on my back bar than the front bar. The front bar gives me recovery. As you can see, my mag bar is full. I don't need recovery. On the back bar, I'm doing actual damage. So I prefer, if I'm going to be sitting here attacking, to be attacking on that back bar, my lightning staff, as opposed to sitting there farming resources I don't need on my front staff and doing poor damage. So you will see, depending on the situation, you know, if the group is taking a lot of damage, I'm going to spend more time on my front bar. If the group's not taking a lot of damage, I'll be on my back bar adding to the burn for the group. Part of the reason I enjoy healing, I mean, it's fun to be on a DPS and just go murder entire dungeons, but part of what I really love about a healer is it's a very dynamic and reactional role, and that kind of makes it like a little bit of interest for me. It's not a set rotation like a lot of my DPSs have, just a static rotation. So literally anytime we fight anything, I'm just going to do the same things over and over and over again. And yeah, it's fun to melt things, but it's just almost mind-numbing at times. That's the way tanking feels to me a lot too. Like once you know the max and know like everything's just second nature and you just go do it. Whereas healing can be a little more interesting to me. Like situations develop that you kind of almost have to strategize, like, okay, you know, like, how do we deal with this? Obviously it's not happening here, but I mean, when you go into some of the really tougher content, that DLC hard mode, stuff like that. Take them heals, get buffs up. Just gonna put as much burn on him right here as I can. And we're gonna go back to the back bar. Got some ads coming out here, so we're gonna give these guys some more DPS again. We're gonna execute. This is where I need to be a big healer, because people are gonna take damage. So as you can see, I'm on my healing bar, drop resources into groups, drop heals. Just by dropping heals, I'm literally giving them back resources with that Symphony of Blades. So usually, you know, I've played with friends and asked them, you know, how's your sustain, how's this, how's that. So I kind of have an idea of, you know, if these guys have any kind of halfway decent recovery of how fast they're going through resources. I haven't looked at their levels. I'm willing to bet the group is actually mostly, like, probably pretty close to all 810s, because they're really not. There's one guy that's taking a fair amount of damage, the other two aren't, so I'm gonna assume those two are 810s with good mitigation. Then that one is probably, I'm gonna guess, either somewhere around 500 or 600 CP, or just a really squishy build. One of those two. Which, I'm not knocking squishy builds, because the squishier it is, the more DPS it has. It's the trade-off. So I'd much rather have squishy DPS than tanky DPS. At the same time, they need to mitigate enough damage to be able to give me a chance to heal. I can't heal one-shots. Some of the AoEs, you know, I'll see DPS step into them, and they literally will only get 2 ticks before their entire HP pool is gone, and that's not a lot of time to react to it. So the better players will react to it, and they'll see that first tick of damage, and they'll be out of the AoE. Other players aren't as savvy and stand in that AoE, and I can try to heal them through it, but I mean, the cast time on my heal takes longer than, you know, how much damage they're taking. I mean, if you're dead in 2 ticks, like, I can only get 1 heal off in those 2 ticks, and that's not gonna save you. So yeah, some of the AoEs just, you know, it's on the DPS to not stand in it. When they see it, get out of it. A lot of them don't, a lot of them die. Like, you know, it's nothing I can do. I can't heal stupid. Another common mistake I'll see DPSs make is they will get in front of a, like, something like this, an ad like this, where the tank has it turned away. See where my 2 DPS are standing? If this thing had any kind of cleave, they would be in trouble. They should have been on the backside of it with me. I guess they're feeling super confident that they could be a little tanky today. Well, it looks like the tank has run this before. Not sure, I guess maybe he's never gotten stuck and figured out how to get out of it. Which surprises me for an 810, because it's a very common problem, especially in particular dungeons like Wayrest. Wayrest is notorious for it. Anybody that plays ESO, if you're talking about getting stuck, all you have to do is talk about fear and that one particular staircase. Everybody knows the door I'm talking about that you can't get through. Like, there's so many glitches in this game that are just so widely known. And then the best part is, like, when you have something glitch out, you try to help the devs and you report it. You know, you get these really ignorant canned messages back about, you know, like, these are known glitches that, you know, there's videos of them all over YouTube. They've been around for years and years and years. Everybody knows about them, and then you report them, and, like, ZOS will come back and tell you need to check your internet. Like, 1 gigabyte a second service, like, pro gaming service, known glitch, and you're telling me to check. So yeah, I get pretty frustrated with the with ZOS sometimes. I have a pretty good relationship with them too, though, and I try to be patient. There's been a couple times where I've kind of lost it on them, but I mean, you know, like, people are paying money for this, you know, there's a subscription fee, there's, you know, the things people are buying, like, people are paying money for this game, you know, and half the time it just doesn't even feel like a finished product, you know, like, one of the biggest complaints in the endgame community is, you know, like, rather than going back and fixing some of the broken things in the game, all they keep doing is releasing new content, and, like, most of the endgame community at this point is, you know, save the new content, fix the things that are broken, and then come out with new content. Like, we don't want new content, we want a game that works. This poor guy got beat up over, I don't think I can... This other DPS is gonna have to res him so I can keep heals on the group. I'm gonna try to res him right here if I can. I got that cloud coming to, it's gonna interrupt me. Yep. And that next blast is coming, so I can't go back for the res. I have to wait for the blast, and then I'll give it another shot, and hopefully I can get him up. I was almost a dead DPS. Didn't get out of the AoE. He was tanky enough to take that, though, so I'm not gonna say it was a bad move. If he would've got one-shotted, then yeah, it's a bad move. Whatever he did that time, he did a really, really good job of mitigating that damage, because he literally took almost no damage and then healed instantly off of it. So that one DPS is a pretty damn tanky DPS. He's a DK, so that doesn't surprise me. My DK is a very... So what happened there was I came over to the one side because the one DPS got way away from the group. And then he moved in, leaving me the furthest one out. And she has a mechanic that after she does the blast, she jumps to the furthest one out from the group. So because he moved in on me, I became the furthest one out. If he was actually following the max, this whole fight is basically in, out, in, out, in, out. When she does the circle, you move back and you get out to the edge of it. And then as soon as it goes off, you immediately come back into the boss. These DPS aren't following that mechanic, and that's probably going to get us a wipe here if this tank doesn't start getting people up. There's a Necro res. I need to get to where I can be safe and get heals on people. This time I'm not going out to save him. If he dies, he dies. That was almost very... I can't get out of that. Yep. I got CC'd right in that blast. This is not a very smooth run. We're not even doing hard mode, and I mean, I've come through here and just blazed right through this, and this is not a smooth run at all. Wait for the blast to get up. Now I'm gonna get up. I can't even get heals off. That's awesome. So right now I'm being carried, and it all started with that first death, and just haven't been able to recover. So I'm gonna wait for all these clouds. I'm waiting for everything to get away from me, so I have a chance to actually recover and get back in this fight. Clouds are gone. Blast is done. I'm getting up, throwing heals, and now we're gonna go over to my mag bar, do a heavy attack for recovery and debuff, start dropping that conversion. Getting ready to roll in here, get right up on top of the boss so she doesn't jump to me. And now I am recovered and ready to fight again. No, I'm getting stunned. We're gonna go ahead and give them a horn, get out of that. I'm getting stunned back into it. Goes up, I'm going back in, getting stunned. I don't want to be jumped to because that's a one-shot for me. I can't worry about this guy down in the corner, just gotta do what we gotta do here. We're in execute, so I'm not gonna try to res, we're just gonna try to burn. Getting back out of that. Back in. And this is what this fight should look like, just in and out, in and out, in and out. Yeah, it really shouldn't have been all that. Like, that first death just set off a chain reaction. Let's go ahead and get out of here. I need to go sell some stuff. Let's travel out of here. Yeah, after this stream, I'm actually gonna go back and look at that footage again. Um, I'm guessing that that DPS that I went over to help had to have moved in past me for the boss to jump to me like that. Um, but also there's a radius where the boss doesn't jump. I don't know if you noticed towards the end of the fight when I was close to the boss wasn't jumping. Well, when I got that one shot when she jumped on me like that, I really wasn't that far away from her. So that in itself may have been a glitch right there. I really, when it happened, I didn't feel like I was far enough out that she should have jumped to me like that. I was actually fairly close to her. So yeah, I'm actually going to go back and probably watch this stream after and see exactly what went down there, because that is the point where that went bad. And then, yeah, I was just at that point trying to recover. And unfortunately, I got some bad RNG. Every time I tried to stand up, I was getting hit with something. So finally, just instead of trying to rush to get up, just made sure it was all clear, got up, and recovered. But yeah, the mechanic is definitely, you know, you were seeing that big AoE expand out and then blast. And usually, if you get back within that area where the AoE was, you're close enough to the boss that she, like, if all party members, all four people come into that boss, she doesn't jump to anybody. Um, so yeah, I just found that jump very strange because we were in pretty close proximity to the boss. So I'm not sure what happened, whether it was a glitch or whether the DPS, you know, moved past me and I was just, you know, an inch over the defined area of where I needed to be. I'm not sure what happened, but we will check it out later because I'm pretty interested in that. I'm not a fan of dying. Not a fan. So yeah, when I die, I kind of take it personal. I mean, usually in something like that where I really know the mechanics, like I kind of know if I screw up and I'm gonna get killed by something, you know, there's just that like, oh, I'm dead. This is it. I did it. Um, and I didn't get that vibe when that happened. Like I felt like I was in a safe spot. So yeah, I really want to go back and take a look at that because that was a very odd death to me. I mean, when she jumped, she really did not jump that far. So that means I was in pretty close proximity, and I don't think there should have been a jump. But again, I may have been like 1 inch over the defined area. So yeah, we'll see when I go back and take a look at it. Yeah, because, I mean, another thing, like, I was watching the positioning when that happened, and I felt like that other DPS, the tankier one, the DK, was further out than me or the DPS I was trying to help. So if it should have jumped to anybody, I felt like it should have been that DK. But again, when I go back and review it, I'll see exactly what went on there. Um, it just did not feel kosher to me. Like I said, I have a pretty good sense of, when I get myself in trouble. Maybe I tried to cast an extra spell and didn't, move my feet fast enough, and, like, you just know, like, I don't have enough time to get out before it happens. And I really didn't get that vibe when that just happened. So yeah, I'm really curious to see what the hell just happened there. Because that just made that fight that much longer, because it took me, I mean, they pretty much DPS 50% of the boss while I was just trying to recover. And I mean, if that is a glitch kind of death, like if I go back and review the footage and when she jumps to me, I was in the area where her AoE was, that is going to ZOS. And that's going to be another, check your internet response. When it's definitely not an internet issue. But yeah, if it's something that's not on board, I'm definitely going to be getting that to them. And then, I really don't take their canned responses. I don't appreciate that. I'm your client. I'm paying for your product. And I'm telling you, there's something wrong with your product. Don't give me a canned response of, it's on your end. No. Like, have better customer service than that. Take care of your people. And I've told Zos before, like, keep up what you're doing and you're gonna lose me, and I only have a finite amount of patience for things that are broken. There's a lot of things broken in this game. One of my favorite MMOs of all time was Final Fantasy XI by Square Enix, and Square Enix produces a very, very, very clean code for their games. Their bugs in a game made by Square Enix are not that common. They really do have a very polished game. This game is not that clean. There's a lot of bugs, there's a lot of issues with it, most of them are known, and rather than go back and address any of those things and clean this game up, they just keep creating new content. And new content is not enough to hold me. It's frustrating when a game is broken. I bought Fallout 76 when it came out. Why am I not playing Fallout 76? Because it's a broken game they didn't want to fix, and I don't have time for that, and up to this point, I've invested a lot of money in this account. Zos has made a small fortune off me playing this game, so, to sit there and come to you of, here's a bug in your game, it's all over YouTube, it's all over, Google it, there's hundreds of pages about this bug, and I'm telling you it's still here, here's a video of it happening, and then you're gonna tell me check my internet. When they told me that, I pretty much lost my shit. And sent them some very strongly worded responses, letting them know that a canned response like that is completely unappreciated and disrespectful. They keep every patch, they keep talking about game improvements, like, and I think it's just lip service, because I'm not seeing the game improvements. Every time they come out with a patch, it's buggier than the last patch. This one, the queue finders aren't working. Like, there's so much going on with this patch, that there's a problem where when people, like, go into block and then drop their block, the animation doesn't come off and that shield stays up. Well, if you're a tank, it's kind of important to know whether your block is up or not, because it takes a second to get you, like, watch when ready? I hit it, and it takes a second. Like, it's not an instant, as soon as I touch the button, I have a shield on. So it's really important to know whether your shield's up or not, and if it's showing your shield up 100% of the time, you don't know if it's actually up or not. You don't know if you can mitigate the damage. I had a glitch 2 weeks ago where I was in a Vet Hellra, tanking it. I've run Vet Hurrah a bunch of times on my tank and just easy clears. Easy. My tank is very strong. It had no problem in there. Even on the final boss where I see a lot of tanks get dropped. Um, and then I was running it last week, and this is after having, who knows how many clears in VHRC on that same tank. I died 15 times in one run because my block did not work. Like, I would get this to where it looked like I was blocking, but I know my tank very well, and I know how much damage it takes in HRC when it's mitigated with a block, and how much it takes when it's not mitigated with a block. And it was basically, even though I was blocking, it was counting it as I had no block. And it wasn't one of the issues with tanks in this game is if they run out of resources, their block no longer counts. Like, you may be holding the block like this and have the animation, but if you don't have the resources to block, it's not going to mitigate the damage as a block. You're going to take the full damage. These deaths when I was dying, I was watching and I had full resources. I'm a perma block build, so I can literally sit there and hold block all day long. So I was at full resources and it was not counting my blocks as blocks. And I was literally getting one-shotted by things that, normally I don't even think twice about that they're a joke. I was getting one-shotted by ads. Like, that's ridiculous, like, so yeah, I mean, it was embarrassing because I had a bunch of my endgamer friends in there, here I am getting dropped 15 times in one run as the main tank. Like, yeah, it was embarrassing, and it's not like they held it against me, because most of them have had it happen to them or have seen it. So they knew exactly what I was talking about when I said, like, I'm holding block, but it's not blocking. But that's very frustrating when you're a tank who can't block. Like, that's 50% of your gameplay is blocking, mitigating damage. Part of your gameplay is taunting, part of your gameplay is mitigating damage, part of your gameplay is healing yourself, part of your gameplay is DPS, and part of your gameplay is putting, buffs and debuffs on things as a tank. It just depends on the situation. But blocking and taunting are the two biggest chunks of tanking. So if I can't block and mitigate damage in a vet trial, like, that's a problem. That's a huge problem. And it's only happened to me once so far, but after that, like, I really lost my taste for tanking this patch. Like, that was fucking embarrassing. It was disgusting to go down 15 times in a run. When I'm used to going through there and not dying once. So, like, yeah, that was hella embarrassing. So I haven't gone back into VHRC on a tank since that. I'm probably going to wait till the next patch before I go fuck with that again, because I know Zos ain't going to fix it on this patch. And I don't even know if they'll address it on the next patch, because every time things get broken in this game, it seems like they never get fixed. They just somehow, somehow rig it to where, they come out with something that's supposed to fix things, and it just breaks things further. I would really, I enjoy the game. The game looks beautiful. It's fun to play. There's, I'm definitely into it in that aspect. It's the brokenness of it. It's the bugs. It's the, it's the constant changes, like every update we're making major changes to the thing. I have 18 tunes. So when you make it to where, every 3 months I have to go completely re-gear my tunes because you're just doing wild, crazy things, nerfing huge DPS nerfs, huge boosts, huge skill changes, just all across the board every 3 months. Like, that is really difficult to manage with 18 tunes. Like, that, I have to go farm new sets, I have to go rework skills, I have to reset things, like, there's so much work that goes into these changes, and then, they do things, and then and it's like, I'm at the point where I shouldn't, if a new set comes out or something like that, then yeah, I gotta go farm it, but I shouldn't have to be, constantly farming sets because you're changing the entire game. Like, pick something and stick with it. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, I don't know why it's that hard. Like, and it's a very strange thing on this game because they're trying to casual gamer or cater to casual gamers as well as, like, the advanced gamers, and it's not It doesn't work. It really doesn't work. Like, you either water the game down so much for a casual gamer that an advanced gamer's not going to want to play it, or you make it so advanced that a casual gamer's not going to want to play it. So you kind of got to pick your audience. You can't have both. And that's part of the problem is they keep trying to bounce back and forth and find a balance there, and there is no balance. Like, you're either a hardcore MMORPG or you're a softcore. Like, you can't have both. Like, you can't. You're either going to make it super easy for people and, hand out participation trophies, or you're going to make the challenging content to where the cream of the crop rises above the rest of the server. You know what I mean? Like, pick your battle, but don't keep going back and forth like, oh, like, oh, we want it to be more casual this month, and then next month you want it to be more hardcore, but then we're going to go back to casual. Like, pick something and just come down, you know. Clean up the game. Stop making massive change. Like, that's all you have to do to make this a very quality game. I mean, it already is. Like, look at the graphics. It's a good looking game, but what good is good looking when it's, broken half the time? One of the things that's broken right now is this queue. Like, when you queue up, it'll show you queued, but you're not actually queued. And the reason we as a player base know this is because it takes 4 people to queue for a dungeon. And we'll have full groups of 4 people. When you have a full group, it should be an instant queue. Well, we'll queue with a full group, and we won't get a dungeon. And that tells me the queue's broken. Basically, at that point, you have to leave the queue and then re-queue. And then another issue with it is the queue will hang up. Like, once you've entered the queue, it will not allow you to exit. And that's frustrating because, you're trying to move from one dungeon to the next, and now you can't do anything. You're, like, literally stuck in a queue that, is not going to go off or something to that effect. And the only way that you can really deal with that is to pass the crown to somebody else in the group and then pass it back to whoever was the group leader. And that will, once you pass it to that first person, that'll exit the queue. That's frustrating. Like, you shouldn't have to figure out all these adaptations to a game's bugs. Like, you shouldn't have to learn to play the game by mastering the bugs. Like, that's just ridiculous. Like, but that's what this is. Like, the best players in the game basically have mastered how to deal with every bug in the game. There's another issue that they're having since the last patch where, like, literally it'll stop letting you cast any of your skills. Like, there's a kind of an easy solution to it. There's actually 2. One is the roll dodge, and sometimes that will allow you to start recasting again. And then the other is to go into your collections, and you can put this on your bar, but this is still a pain in the ass. To go into your appearance, to go into your costumes, put on a costume, and then take it off just so you can cast. Now imagine in the middle of a vet hard mode boss fight having to fucking change into a costume and change out of it just so you can cast. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, fix it. Like, there's no excuse for that. There is no excuse. Like, it's been that way since they did the patch. So, I mean, it's been a month or 2 of that for the entire server. Everybody, in the middle of dungeons is all of a sudden unable to cast. Like, that's ridiculous. It's you're basically getting a silence without it being cast on you. It's a silence from the actual game itself to where you can't cast. Like, that's just disgusting. And it affects some roles more than others. For DPS, it's not that big of a deal. Like, you're going to lose some DPS, but, eventually you'll be able to cast again and you'll pick up where you left off. For a support toon, a tank, or a healer, that's brutally dangerous. And then you have the DPS getting mad at you, like, why didn't I get heals? Like, well, because I couldn't cast because the game's broken. Like, what do you want me to do? So yeah, it's just for a tank or a healer, that's very frustrating, like, if you're on a tank and you're in a vet boss mode, hard mode fight, and all of a sudden you can't taunt, and I've had it happen. Like, you can't taunt as a tank. You can't block. You can't heal as a healer. Like, it's very frustrating. Very frustrating. And that's, you know, as big as this game is, that's not something that you should let go on for a month, you know, and have people that are paying for your game dealing with. To me, that's just stupid. They've done several maintenances since then. No fix, still happening. They did a maintenance last night, so we'll see if it happens today. So far, it hasn't happened, but we'll see. Hopefully, they addressed a number of things on this maintenance last night. Blocking would be one of those. I don't want to see shields when I'm not blocking, especially on a tank. There's a lot of things that gotta get fixed, though. A lot of things. I'm gonna step away for about 5 minutes, grab some coffee, but I'll be right back.
stone is, yes, interesting. Ah, yes, very interesting. These engravings, yes, yes.
Okay, I'm back. Hope y'all miss me. So, we've discussed the technical aspects of ESO and what needs to be worked on, what needs to be fixed, what's not working. I'd like to talk about a different aspect of things. I'm debating on whether talking about it or not. I've talked about it previously in some of my videos. Um, I'm just kind of caught in the middle of whether it would be helpful or harmful at this point. But we'll go ahead and we'll talk about it anyway. And so, when I first came into ESO, at that time I had not disclosed to anybody on PS4 my status as a trans woman. Um, so when I first got here, for the first good bit that I played, nobody knew I was trans, and it was pretty peaceful. I did take a lot of shit as a girl gamer, but for me, I'd rather take shit for being a girl gamer than take shit for being trans. I know most cis women would probably disagree with that, and they don't want to take, but, you know, I deal with enough of the trans shit as is. I come on this game to enjoy myself, to play, to relax, to hang out with friends. I don't need it here. And so there came a point where I got outed on the server. Um, and once that happened, my life on this game became a nightmare. A nightmare. This community on ESO was so horrendously toxic to me, and I mean in mass, in mass. There were so many people. I mean, I remember one time I was standing in the middle of the zone where everybody gathers for trials, and I literally had 40 guys, 40 different guys, standing around me screaming at me over voice chat about fucking tranny and, you know, fucking chick with a dick and just anything you can imagine trans related, any fucking nasty thing you could say about a trans woman. Was said, every derogatory slur was thrown out there. Um, and when that happened, you know, this is an area, just there's tons and tons and I mean it's a packed area. You know, and you see 40 males standing around a female toon bullying the shit out of her, and one person stick up for me. Um, I have a feeling this is a shot at me. This person's PSN. Confused Gabby. Um, there's so that's kind of what I was getting at. Um, yeah, I'm a master crafter, but I don't know who you are. Um, so yeah, there's there's it went from that. It went from being that toxic of an environment. I mean, it got so bad. I actually quit the game for probably 4 months. Just absolutely refused to play. Um, and it was sad because I love MMORPGs. You know, I have some really just amazing friends on here that I like to spend time with, and it was just so toxic. Like, it was literally what was going on in the game was causing me to be suicidal in real life. Like, it was just a tremendous amount of bullying. And then you combine that with the stuff that I take in real life, you know? Like, you know, when I'm walking down the street and people look at me, I'm just another woman and I don't get bothered. But, you know, when somebody stops and starts really, really taking a very, very close look at me, you can tell I'm trans. There's things that give me away. Very, very subtle little things. Um, and so, yeah, it's usually when a person has a um, more direct interaction with me for a prolonged period of time, um, they'll end up discovering that I'm trans. And usually that's when the bullshit starts with them. Um, so yeah, it's you know, I deal with it outside, and then I got to come into a game that I'm paying for, and I'm here to enjoy, and I'm here to hang out with people, and I'm here to relax. And I'm just being attacked constantly, and that's what it was like at that time. It was every zone I went to, like they you know doxed my PSN, so everybody knew who I was. Um, it got really bad. I couldn't get on the game without just getting all kinds of hateful shit directed at me. You know, people doing everything they could to make me leave the game. They were that uncomfortable with, you know, a trans girl playing with them. And like I said, I took a 4 month break from the game. and really didn't want to come back. And after 4 months, I recovered and I gained my strength back. At that time in my real life, I was going through challenges. Um, I was being attacked both physically and verbally outside of this game for being transgender. And so I had to recover from all of that, from what was going on in game, from what was going on out game. And I just took a break from everything. Stopped using Facebook, just stopped like, literally cut myself off from the world and gave myself that chance to heal and recover. And once I did, it's like every other time that I've faced bigots and pieces of shit like that, like I realized their goal was to make it so miserable I wanted to leave. So, like, the best thing I could do was not leave. So I literally, after 4 months, started forcing myself to come back on this game. Forcing myself. Log in every day and put up with the bullshit and just take it and eat it. And, I would tell them too, like, you'll never be as strong as I am. You'll never have the courage I do. I will sit here and eat everything you dish out. You can dish it out, but you can't take it. So, like, you'll never be as strong as me. Um, and I stood up to him. And I stood up a lot of times by myself, against multiple people. Um, Whether it was text chat, voice chat, whatever, wherever I was being attacked, I stood my ground. Um, when they tried to gaslight me into, with I'm ugly, I'm disgusting, I'm always going to be a man, like that kind of stuff. Like, I just didn't even let it faze me, and I displayed confidence in who I am, and I took it head on. Um, and because of that, I've literally watched this server change. And yeah, there's still the douchebags that got something to say about me on here, but this server has changed drastically. There's people that back at that time, were making fun of somebody, like literally making fun of people like me to my face, have come to know me as a person, as a player, as a guildmate, and it's literally changed. Like it just doesn't happen anywhere near like in the past 2 months, I think I've had one person take a shot at me for being trans, whereas when I first started and it came out that I was trans on here, like, it was bad. It was just a constant barrage for however long I was logged in, just nonstop text, voice, anywhere they could, it literally, it even left the game. I joined an ESO group on Facebook, and it was supposed to be a salt group, which, is obviously people talking shit and that kind of thing. And I was fine with that, like, it was salt. So, yeah, they hit on the trans thing, and most of it I ignored because, a lot of it was really ignorant. Presenting me with pseudoscience documents to prove that I'm some kind of man and that kind of shit. And it was just, a lot of it was really ignorant. It just got ignored. Um, some of it I addressed. Um, but when I broke with that group on Facebook, it was because it left the game, it left Facebook, and it came into my real life. They were hacking my phone, they were doxing my information, they were fucking hacking my accounts, like, because I'm trans. I woke up, they did it's not a big deal, but, it's kind of disgusting. But yeah, they did a screen change wallpaper hack. And I woke up one morning and I opened my phone, and the entire wallpaper is black, which mine is pink. Um, and in huge white letters from top to bottom, it said, "You are a man." And now, yeah, that is a relatively, like, minor hack, but like why go to that level? Why? Like why is that necessary? Why do you need to take it out of the game? Like how consumed by hate are you that you have to invest that amount of time to invade my life because you don't like trans people? Um, and so yeah, that was the point where like I told them, I said, salt is one thing, like it has left the game, it has left the group, and it is now entering my real life, and this is where I draw the line. Ended up breaking with them, and a large contingent of that group um, are the same people that I was having problems with in game because yeah, they knew my information um, because they hacked my accounts. So yeah, it was a hard thing to go through with that. Like that's just going too. That's over the line to me. Um, at that point, you've hacked my private information. Um, so yeah, like that's you just took it too far. Um, and I had it out with that group. I really did. And that is why I got kicked out of several other groups because they would attack me in other ESO groups. And because, there's a couple of hundred of them and one of me, it always came across as I was the problem. Um, they just sat there basically gaslighting and manipulating to make it look like I'm in there causing issues when they're attacking me for being trans. Like, it was really interesting. They had screenshots from some of the conversations when I was in the group. And so, like, that was the kind of stuff they were, like, posting to talk about, like, what a bad person and I shouldn't be in this group and blah, blah, blah. And so, like, there was one screenshot they have. And when you look at the screenshot, it looks atrocious. It looks atrocious. But what they don't tell you is it took 4 hours of 300 of them versus me on a thread. 300 of them versus me. 4 hours I sat there and I tried to be educated and I tried to be polite and I tried to, like, get through to them. And then finally after 4 hours I'd had enough. And somebody said something and I made a very, very satirical reply to it. Where I was basically mocking them. Um, and so they took that one reply from me after at this whole conversation that went on for 4 hours. They took that one reply that was completely out of context, not showing it was a response to what somebody else had said, just showing like that's what I had said. And so now every time I post in an ESO group, they post that that screenshot to be like, "Oh, this is an awful person." Like the lengths they go through is just it's absolutely amazing. But it's changed. It's changed. Like it's changed. I've proven like my friends, my people I run with are the elites in this game, the end gamers, because I'm one of them. And they don't have a problem with me because I go in and I get content done with them. I'm a good player. They don't care about anything else. I'm a good player. That's it. To them, I'm just a girl that's very good at this game, and that's all they care about. It's the scrubs, the people that have no fucking business in endgame that have a problem with me, and that tells me something. Tells me they're jealous. Like it wasn't long coming into this game before people started realizing I was a very strong player. Most of the times groups aren't going to take you into a vet trial till minimum like 400 CP, preferably like 600 CP. I healed my first vet trial at 160 CP. The day I turned 160 CP, I was in a guild that was a lot of high-end players. Um, I ended up in the guild because I was in a dungeon with the guild master, and he was like, "Wow, you're a badass healer. Come join my guild. I need you." So I ended up in that guild, and like literally the day I popped 160, he's like, "All right, it's time to pop your cherry. Let's go." And yeah, they dragged me into a vet trial and had me heal it at 160 CP. Was I as effective of a healer as I am now? No, but I kept them alive and we got the complete. Um, to complete a vet trial at 160 CP without being carried and actually like earning your spot on that 12-man team, that's a strong player. And that was the signs, like a lot of people started taking note at that point. Um, Very quickly, endgame players started gravitating towards me, particularly DPS, because, DPS loves a good healer. They don't, if they have a good healer, they don't have to run self heals on their bar. They don't have to put buffs on it frees up room for them to do more DPS. So I had a lot of like the serious endgame healers or the serious endgame DPS start gravitating towards me and wanting to run with me. Like I'd be minding my own business and they'd be like, hey, come do this with us, come do this with us, and that has only increased as the longer I've played this game, the more people become aware that I'm a very strong player. And so yeah, it's changed because of that. When I go stand in that same zone where I had 40 dudes standing around me, screaming all these horrible things at me now, I go out to that zone now and I'm like a fucking celebrity. Like, everybody knows who I am. Everybody wants to do shit with me. Everybody wants me to come heal their trial. Like, and that is such a far cry from what it was. Like, that's such a far cry. Like, now people really don't. That one guy that said something in the past 2 months, he's somebody that is new to the game and doesn't know who I am. The people that, are in this game every day, all day, know who I am now, and me being trans isn't even a thing anymore. I'm just another girl. At that time when that thing happened with the 40 guys, almost everywhere I went in this game, it was sir, dude, bro, just everybody fucking hammering on me. And, now everywhere I go, it's ma'am, she, her. And it's not like I'm demanding it. Like, when I came back, I stopped asking people for that shit. And just started playing the goddamn game. Better than them. And that got me noticed by a lot of people. And getting noticed by those people earned me their respect. And I didn't have to ask them, these are my pronouns, please use them. They just started using them automatically. To me, that's really awesome to know I made that change, and I see that change. The other day I was out there, and now I command enough respect that, there was a guy out there, somebody advertised a LGBT guild. And this guy started in with his homophobic bullshit. And the moment I saw him do it, I jumped in zone chat, and even though that wasn't my guild, those are my people. And I completely shut his ass down. I got messages from a lot of people in the zone that day about how much courage I have, how brave I am, how fucking awesome it was to go get them. Like, it was awesome to have this huge fucking cheerleading section, when for a while I was thinking, like, there would never be a place for me in this game. It didn't matter how good of a player I was. Like, the community was just not going to accept me. And I mean, I still have, like, here in ESO, they know my PSN. My PSN has celebrity status at this point. I walk around. There's nowhere I can go in this game that, I don't have people approaching me, wanting to talk to me, wanting to hang with me, wanting to do things. Like I am a celebrity in this game at this point. That's creepy, dude. I don't want to watch you undress. I lost my train of thought there. but yeah, I've become a celebrity. Um, People know who I am in this game now. When I go onto Facebook, it doesn't use my PSN, it uses my real name. So people don't realize it's Muse talking to them. Um, and there's still a lot of hateful people in those Facebook groups. Um, but they're not the high-end players. They're really not. It's the people that for a while I was really mad at this community. I'm like, this is a community full of fucking toxic, fucking bigoted scumbags. Like, and I was very upset with this community. And then when I got to be, I don't know, like people say the endgame community is toxic. I don't find it that way. Like I'm not a snowflake. I got a pretty thick skin. And I don't find it to be toxic. Like when I get called a scrub by somebody that's 200 CP, they're intending that as you suck at this game. When I get called a scrub by one of my endgame friends, I know it's like a term of endearment. It's not toxic. It's saying you're a really good player. It's kind of the inverse when it comes from an endgamer. So it's a very different world in the endgame community. But I've found that that's where the professionals are at. They don't fucking care if I'm transgender. It's only the fucking scrubs. It's only the scrubs. So all these people on Facebook that are going off about, I guarantee you they're shit players. I guarantee it. They're not running. The endgame community doesn't put up with shit like that. They really don't. I'm in some of the. I'm an officer in the top fucking social guild on the game. They don't put up with that shit. My fucking guild leader has told me, like, if you have any fucking issue, come to me and fucking I will rectify it immediately. Like, we're not going to tolerate that here. The endgame's trials guilds that I'm in. I mean, these are some of the heaviest fucking hitters in the game in my guild. You're allowed 500 people per guild. We only keep a roster of 200. That's it. We don't need 300 fucking deadweights. Like, it's the heavy hitter club. Like, and they don't tolerate that shit. And there's this thing within some of those guilds. There's people who definitely disagree with who I am as a human being. They have, their religious viewpoint or whatever viewpoint they have, but they don't bring that into the game. They don't bring that into the guild. They don't bring that into the trial. That is their personal opinion, and they keep it that. They remain professional. I may be something they don't agree with, but I'm also their teammate. I'm also their guildmate. So we work together. They're not there to cut me down. They're there to get things done with me. And that is such a far cry from what I experienced when I first came into this game. I don't know, people say the endgame community is toxic, and I get so much fucking love from them. So much love. Like, it's ridiculous. And so I really don't get it. If you're not fucking cutting the mustard and they tell you that, that's not toxic. They're telling you get better. Like, nobody started off a fucking professional at this game. Not even me. Like, I had to learn. I had to get better, There was a point where my DPS was 15k. Like, I had to get better, and I had to develop, and I had to learn this game. I've been playing MMOs for over 20 years, but I had to learn this MMO. But I did my work. I worked really hard at getting better at this game. As hard as I have a good work ethic, and I poured it into this game. I was 200 CP. I was leading raids and vet dungeons and doing things you're not supposed to be doing at that CP. I really worked very hard to get good at this game, which I've always done. I've been a gamer for a long time. Back when I used to play competitively across a number of franchises, I was a top 10 player in the world. Like, I'm a very competitive gamer. And when I came into this game, I gave it a chance. I said, do I like it or do I not? I said, okay, I like it. So I'm going to invest in it. I'm going to invest my time. I'm going to learn. I'm going to work. I'm going to be one of the best in this fucking game. And here I sit, one of the best in this game. Um, it's such a far cry, though. It really is. Like, right here is somebody I've known for a long time. Judo. I mean, I can run around here, and almost every one of these PSNs I've come across. I can tell you things about them. I can tell you, I have this funny memory where I remember PSNs, and I remember Christina. She's actually a guildie of mine. And I mean, I can go anywhere in this game and I'm gonna know people, and people are gonna know me. But, I don't know. It was just such a drastic difference to go from where it was to where it is now. And yeah, there's still problems, and there's still bigots, and there's still, toxic language in the zone chats, but it's improved so much. There's so many people that had no respect for me as a human being that now love and adore me. And that is such a drastic change. And for the ever since the day I came out as trans, that has been a theme with me. I've always been on the front line, the one making the change. Like, I'll never get the accolades, I'll never get the awards, nobody will ever fucking know my name, but I'm the one out there making change. I'm not the one changing people's fucking minds. Like, that's huge to me. It's in psychology they talk about in-groups and out-groups. And with in-groups, people have empathy for their in-group. An example of this would be, you have a bunch of white people over here and you have one black person over here. Well, those white people are going to be the in-group, and that black person's going to be the out-group. And those people in that in-group are going to have empathy for each other, but not for that black person, because they're part of the out-group, and they're not part of that group. And the way you defeat this psychologically, the way you overcome is to literally become part of that in-group, to inject yourself into it, to force them to interact with you, to force them to deal with you, to force them to not be able to look at you as an inanimate object anymore, but a human being. And once you've done that, they're going to have empathy for you. And that's what I did. When I came back after that 4 months, I no matter what they did to me, I stayed. And I forced them to deal with me, and I forced them to see the human side of me. They heard me cry, they heard me scream, they heard me yell. They saw a very human side of me. And it was hard to deny at that point that this person's a human being and has feelings. And I've watched a lot of people go from being, I'm going to be an asshole to this person just because it's fun, to, hey, Muse, you're really fucking awesome, can I be your friend? And that's a drastic change, that really is. To go from 90% of the server hating you to 90% of the server adoring you is fucking just day and night. Not only is it a change for me, it's a change for every LGBT player in this game. Just the fact that, I'm seeing far less toxicity about LGBT in the zone chats. From when I first started. I mean, when I first started, every other thing was, you effing faggot and just anything you can imagine, like... And I mean, you're going to still see stuff like that, but nowhere near the volume that it was back then. A lot of people's opinions have really changed, and the ESO community as a whole has kind of fucking grown up, which is awesome. Like, because that really is some petty fucking kid bullshit. Like... I hate you because you're fucking different. I want to fucking make you miserable. I don't care if you end up taking your life because you're different. And that's what it was. Like, like... I don't care how much I hated somebody in a video game. I wouldn't want them to fucking go take their life because of something I said. And I can't imagine how people can literally feel like that. But it's because they have zero fucking empathy for an outgroup. It's a psychological thing. And so I defeat it. I force them to interact with me, whether they like it or not. I didn't let them chase me out of raids. I go into raids, and they have to deal with me as a teammate. And they have to have that human interaction with me. And then after they've done that, and after, we've high-fived each other, and yeah, awesome fucking run, guy, you know, they're less apt to come back at me after and be like, oh, you fucking tranny. Like, that's the end of it right there. Like, it's, I've seen people who literally, like I said, I remember PSNs, and I remember everything about those goddamn PSNs. I remember fucking, if I've run with you, if you're good at the game, if you're not good at the game, fucking, what kind of fucking setups you use, what you said to me, what you didn't say to me, whether you do call outs, whether you're fucking following mechanic. Like, I just have a photographic memory for that shit. And so, yeah, like, I remember a lot of that stuff. Oh, here's another one of my people. Another high-end fucking endgame player. Lucid!
Sure what we're allowed to eat anymore. The Dominion's got all these rules.
It's mostly the same. Essentially, you can eat anything you could before, just not anything that talks.
Really?
Oh, awesome. Tells aren't working. I'll say it in.
Too troublesome.
Yeah, he's already gone. That's another issue with this game, is whispers don't always work. Which can be really frustrating. There's Pellucid. Pellucid! I mean, yeah, this is my community. This is where I spend most of my time, and just like in real life, there's some communities that you're not going to get that hard of a time for being me, and then there's some communities where it's just going to be a living fucking nightmare and you want to kill yourself. Like, and this community started off as the one that was trying to push me to kill myself and has evolved into now, like, a lot of these people are protective over me. A lot of them, that when I was talking about the 40 guys standing around me and only one person stood up for me, I guarantee you if that happened at this point in time, there'd be a lot more than one person. You would see an entire fucking zone go off on people. That's awesome. That's really awesome. That's a major change. Um, you know, I have friends that are devs at ESO, and when that stuff was going on, they made the devs aware that that kind of thing was happening. And again, I have a photographic memory for PSNs and everything about them. Well, after the devs started taking a closer look at what my claims were to them, to their friends that relayed those to them, a funny thing started happening. People started getting banned for the shit they were saying. Like, literally, people that have invested thousands of dollars and thousands of hours in gameplay into an account were having those accounts perma-banned for the shit they were saying to me. There's a number of people that lost their high-end accounts that, were top-end endgame players that literally I watched them have to start all back over with a brand new account because they wanted to call me a tranny. And now those same people are my friends. Is it funny how that works? Yeah, so I mean, I'll give ESO credit for that. Zos. I will give them credit for that. They did come in and clean fucking house, and a lot of people lost their fucking really nice high-end accounts over some stupid shit because they wanted to be a bigot. And that was Zos sending the message that we're not going to tolerate that shit, and that cleaned the game up a lot. When people, because these people were all telling their friends, like, I can't play ESO anymore, my account got banned because I did XXX. Well, when you tell your fucking toxic-ass friend that you called somebody a tranny and lost your fucking account that you've worked thousands of hours on, they're not gonna want to lose their 1,000-hour accounts. They're gonna learn to keep their fucking mouth shut and stop being a fucking piece of trash. And it's fine if somebody wants to have their opinion and their religion. I don't care. I don't care. Just don't bring it to me. Like, you want to sit there and think I'm a dude, that's your fucking problem. You ain't gotta sleep with me, you ain't gotta date me, you ain't gotta do nothing with me. And if you don't want to fucking run trials with me, you don't have to be in the fucking big-ass guilds that I'm in. You can go to fucking some shit guild. I don't care. And that's where I'm at with this game. Like, I came into this game one of the sweetest girls on the fucking planet, and now I'm one of the most toxic, salty cunts you could ever meet. But people love me, because the ones that fucking love me and look out for me, I take care of. I take care of. I would... those people, I would go do anything. Anything. I wouldn't give a shit. Whatever they need, it would get done. The others, I won't lift a finger for them. You know, there's a couple that... they were so bad... if I even see them in a trial, I'll message the fucking trial lead and tell them either they go or I do, because I'm not fucking carrying them. Like, they don't deserve to fucking be carried by me. Get them the fuck out of here. Like, I just don't do it. I'm not helping somebody that is going to sit there and talk to me like that and be that disrespectful. Like, you don't deserve my help. You know, I've got friends that when I first met them, it was bad. It was really bad. You know, they came from, you know, some bumfuck rural fucking area, and just that's what they'd been conditioned to believe people like me were fucking monsters and pedophile and all that bullshit. And you know, they got to spend time around me, and it changed. It changed. Like I said, I went from being the out group to the in group, and they could no longer not have empathy towards me. And that changed it. And now some of those same people that were my adversaries are some of my closest friends. And I mean, that's been a theme too with me, you know? If you look at my Facebook account, there's people on my friends list that we didn't start off as friends. You know, we started off in a group in confrontation, and they were on one side and I was on the other. And you know, I don't know, there's a lot of extremism in politics right now. You know, there's not much middle. There's either super far left or super far right. And for me, that doesn't work. That just doesn't work. You know, there's a song that came out recently by Joyner Lucas called "I'm Not a Racist," and in that song, the dynamic between white people and black people is at first presented by a white person from their perspective, and then it's presented by a black person from their perspective. And kind of the whole moral of the entire thing is there's two sides to every story. And when these two sides ended up coming out, they came to an understanding and they met in the middle. And unfortunately, if you have people that are on one extreme and people on the other extreme, and there's no compromising, no meeting anywhere, you're just gonna leave two extremes. And so, I mean, that was kind of like what happened was, you know, like, rather than just stay on those two extremes, me and those people sat down and talked. And worked out different issues and discussed different things. And they listened to me, and I listened to them. And they may not want to ever date a trans woman. Not their cup of tea. But at least now they understand that, yes, indeed, I am a woman. And yes, indeed, I do deserve respect as a human being. And I'm fine with that. You don't have to date me. There's plenty of people that want to. Like, I'm not concerned with that. It's just, you know, I don't know. I mean, to be honest, you know, that there's... Just, I don't know. I really don't know at this point. Like, I just came here to play a game and enjoy myself and relax. And, you know, and once again, I had to be fucking Captain Save-A-Ho saving the world and change things. And I didn't ask for that. I just wanted to play a fucking game. And this is my life. This is what my life has been since I came out as trans. I keep getting thrown into situations where it's fucked up, it's dangerous, it's toxic, and nobody else is gonna change it but me. It doesn't matter how much I fucking scream, beg, cry, fucking call LGBT, or nobody's gonna change it but me. And yet nobody will ever fucking know my name. I'll never get a fucking award from fucking some, like, the people getting those fucking awards are not on the goddamn front lines. Like, it's disgusting to me, you know? They're fucking sitting back and like, having intellectual discussions about it. But they don't even know what it's like. Half of them have never had the experience that I've had. They don't know the fucking homelessness. They don't know the rapes, the beatings, the fucking any of it. But they're the ones being awarded. You know, the ones you see all over social media that have this huge... I mean, yes, I have a social media presence. But for a long time I didn't. I didn't have access to internet. I was fucking homeless. Nobody knew if I was fucking alive or dead. And that's the real trans experience. That's the trans experience. Being fucking scared shitless 24/7 every fucking moment of your life that somebody's gonna fucking kill you in the next second. Starving, freezing, no fucking access to any means to be able to scream for help. You can't even get on a fucking internet and say, somebody, Jesus Christ, somebody please fucking help me. And that's the real trans experience. And these fucking people that are, you know, from fucking these organizations, most of them never lived anything like that. Like, most of the ones I see that work for the organizations are fucking privileged white people. Privileged. Like, they've had money their entire life. Their parents had money. Guys are being creepy on this game today, apparently. So yeah, like...
I've done more than hear about it, my dear. I've seen it myself.
It just is what it is. It really is.
Oh, well, this one here is a broken engine. Hasn't functioned in centuries.
You know, it really... It bothers me that, you know, somebody who's privileged and never got beat, never got raped, never got arrested for being raped, never got, you know, fucking thrown out of a hospital, never got fucking mistreated in the way that fucking the most vulnerable parts of the trans population get treated. You know, there's not even accurate stats on us, because a trans woman dies and they fucking report it as a male death. I had times I was sexually assaulted, fucking raped, where they turned around and rather put it down as a sexual assault, they put it as a male-on-male assault. As if it was just a fucking routine bar fight. There's a big difference between a woman being raped and a routine bar fight. But that's what they fucking reported it as. And they told me that if I didn't cooperate with that report, they just wouldn't take the report. And when I filed with IA, Internal Affairs, they fucking protected their people and swept it under the rug. Thin blue line. Every time. Every time. Anything I ever reported to IA. They just protected their people. That's all they cared about. And that's the experience of the trans community. And you know, some of those people may have a taste of some of that, but they didn't full out 100% live that. Like, they don't fucking have a clue. You know, they came into their transition with money. Their family had money. They're privileged. You know, I see these fucking Republican trans women and it makes me fucking want to throw up. Because you can tell they came from fucking privileged backgrounds. You can tell they fucking were handed money. And then they have the fucking nerve The nerve to fucking be a Republican. Like, are you fucking kidding me? It disgusts me. It disgusts me that, you know, the real heroes, nobody's ever gonna fucking know their names. They're out in the streets dying and being fucking, you know, the coroner's report says it's a fucking, it doesn't even say it's a trans woman. It says a fucking male. So nobody knows the difference. You know, think about a rural bumfuck town like Georgia. And a family has, you know, a child that was born male but transitioned to female. And the family doesn't want to respect that. And so that individual dies. And that family is friends with all the law enforcement, everybody else. And so rather than it be a trans woman who committed suicide from abuse, it's a male that committed suicide for some unknown, mysterious fucking reason. And that's how they write the report. And so the statistics aren't accurate. They're not. You know, it's not, nothing is being reported accurately with trans people. There's no statistics. You know, fucking Agent Orange there in the fucking White House eradicated LGBT people off the census. Why? Why? Why would you take a group of people off the census? That's a very curious thing, isn't it? Why would you not want to be a segment of your population accounted for when you're counting your entire population? Because they don't want stats. They don't want the medical evidence. They don't want the scientific evidence. They want the fucking Joe Rogan fucking sensational bullshit. They want the fucking Ben Shapiro fucking owning libs. Like, half of Ben Shapiro shit, if you watch it, is fucking edited. It's fucking edited to make it look like Ben Shapiro fucking got this really intellectual, witty last word in. When, in fact, they fucking cut out the fucking response to his thing that fucking basically debunks what he says. And so it's just fucking fancy editing to make Ben Shapiro look like he's fucking, you know, owning libs. Well, he's not. Because if you watch the full fucking thing, it's out of context what they show you. So yeah, like, you know, it's absolutely ridiculous. You know, it's there's just fucking, there's no reason for it. There's no reason for it. You know, there is medicine, and there is science, and there is facts. And, you know, one of the biggest things I get told, you know, I was doing online education for a long time, and I would go into these fucking turf groups and these right-wing organizations and these fucking religious organizations, and I would go in there armed with facts, with documents, with fucking links, with everything I would need for anything they would have to say. And I would sit there for hours, you know, for every little fucking point they would make, I would have something. Here, read this. You know, this is from the APA, this is from the AMA, this is from another accredited organization. And, you know, everything they're countering with is fucking pseudoscience and bogus organizations funded by fucking religious groups. And at the end of it all, one of the things I heard most commonly, I don't care about your facts, I have my opinion. Let that sink in. I don't care about your facts, I have my opinion. And that's the mentality I have to deal with on a regular basis. And that's what I get to try and change. Is somebody who just wants to harbor that hate. Who's somebody who needs somebody to hate. And there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. And all I can hope is every single place I go into, I can be the change that I want to see in the world. And I can have happen what's happened here and what's happened with many other places I've gone before. You know, the military talks about the battle of hearts and minds, and that's what this is. It's a battle of hearts and minds. And unfortunately, for the people on the trans side of it, the consequences are fucking deadly. Whereas for cis people, not so much. And so yeah, it's, you know... It's just honestly disgusting that, you know, somebody can judge somebody on the color of their skin or any fucking difference. Because they're Mexican, because they're Latino, because they're fucking Arabic. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. They're human beings. So they believe something different than you. So they're not the same as you. You know how fucking boring this planet would be if it was a bunch of fucking just white fucking people? All cisgendered, all heteros. Like, this world would... Oh my god, I would not want to live in that shit. I'm sure there's some fucking white supremacists out there that would love to, but, you know... I don't know. I find beauty in diversity.
In your own homeland.
Yeah, I don't know. I do. I find beauty in diversity, and I find beauty in things that are different. So, I don't know. This was supposed to be a gameplay video and just turned into a video of me mostly addressing issues within this game, whether they be on the technical side or the community side. I don't know what to say. I really don't. Like, I guess we'll go run another dungeon, or maybe here, let's go out to Crag and see if there's any trials running. How about that? Does that work? But yeah, it's been a disgusting ride to this point. But I'm glad to see it's changed. To be honest, I don't even know how much longer I'm going to be able to sit on here, because I'm pretty much emotionally exhausted after that conversation. I'm going to try, though. Mm. Alright. See if any of my people are out here. There's one of them. Some new PSNs out here, which is fairly common. There's always people coming and going. And then there's the core crowd. Bliss. I'm actually in 2 guilds with Bliss. Let's give Bliss a kiss. Good morning, Bliss. Now, if we want to see me set off some haters, I do this every fucking morning when I come to Crag, and oh my god, do some of them fucking hate it. I love it though, because I know how much they hate it, so I just absolutely adore doing this every morning. Every fucking morning I do this. And oh my god, like, they want me to be salty, and they want me to be toxic, and they want me to be mad, and they want me to be upset. So, like, when I say something, oh my god, it fucking pisses them off. Like, they don't want me to be happy, and they don't want me to be all lovey-dovey. Like, it pisses them off so bad. Oh my god, it's a trans girl, and she's happy. She's comfortable, she's confident. Oh my god, fucking kill this bitch. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Alright, here we go. Zone chat, slow down. I'll go ahead and drop it right now. Hopefully that'll sit for a second so I can, like, marinate. Now let's see what kind of responses we get to this. The other morning, the one I was talking about in the past 2 months, was I did this 2-3 mornings ago, and I got a fucking good morning tranny. See, Bliss is laughing because she knows. Bliss knows what I'm doing. Bliss knows damn well what I'm doing. Why are you grouping me? Like, you didn't even ask me to run shit with you. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you're sending me a fucking group invite, so no. Next time, try asking. I ain't even got nothing to say about it this morning. Yeah, I've been on this for a while now, and just every morning I hit him with it. I think a lot of the haters have just given up and realized it's futile. Like, you're not gonna get rid of me, you're not gonna break me. I've been through hella worse than anything you can put me through on a game. I mean, yeah, it was bad for a while, but, you know, I'm a tough girl. I've come through a lot. And, you know, my life has changed a little bit at this point. I'm not dealing with the levels of toxicity I was at that time in my real life, and then have to come home and deal with it on a game. And, you know, that may change in the future, and I may go back to facing, you know, more toxic days outside of the game, and out in real life, and out in the real world. All I can say to that is at least it's a different scenario now, and when I come back to this game, I have a family. You want to see my family? Let's talk about these guys right here. So this entire roster, 496 souls, one of the most active social guilds on ESO. Literally, we're constantly cleaning out our roster. If I could scroll all the way down and go back to the furthest last offline, I guarantee it's probably under 30 days. So we're constantly getting rid of dead accounts and just bringing in active players, active players, active players, but we're also one of the top guilds, so we attract a lot of the top talent. Like, for a social guild, we have some heavy ass hitters in this guild for a social guild. Yeah, it's OP for a social guild. So 52 months ago, that is most likely somebody that's being protected. There are a couple people that are in protected status. Like, they establish themselves in the guild so well that even if they have to go, we want them to be able to come back. For most of the others, you know, we clean out after you've been gone more than 30 days. It just depends on how well you've established yourself with the guild. And if you're a very established player with us, then you're going to go into a protection status if you disappear. Whereas opposed to if you haven't really established yourself with us and you've just kind of been in the background, if you're gone more than 30 days without some kind of notice of, hey, I'm going to be gone X amount of time, we don't put you in a protected status, and after 30 days, we make spot for somebody that wants to be here and is active. So the tabard that Bliss is wearing get good is actually my Trials guild. Really, really fucking high caliber players in that guild. Oh my god, that's the one I was talking about that just has a roster of 200. We're not even listed. You can't fucking like, basically you have to be recruited to that guild. There's no other way to get into it. You have to be recruited by them. Very, very high end guild. Oh my god, it's so fucking nice to run with them. Everybody's just professional, knows their shit, knows their builds, knows, like, it's just so smooth. Like, it's so smooth and beautiful to go on runs with them. And I mean, the social guild isn't too shabby either, but you know, it's not a high-end trials guild. This is kind of like what I mean. Like, how I just put that, like, I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of trollish of me to do. Like, and that's exactly what I'm doing, is, like, trolling them. Because I know how much they fucking hate to see me happy. But I mean, back when I was talking about that period when you know, I was coming under attack all the time, like, literally if I said anything in zone chat, it would just result in an hour of fucking malicious ass shit about trannies and blah 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 and all that bullshit. Now it's different. Now when I post, you can see, you know, I had to get really, I had to sink to their level, and I had to become fucking super toxic with some of them to let them know, like, you're not gonna fucking bully me. Like, if you're gonna hit me, I'm fucking punching you back. Then it got to a point where, like I said, the only people that really fuck with me now are people that knew the game, don't know the game, don't play very often. Like the fucking core people on this game know who I am and have no fucking problem with me. You know, if you watch my chat box over there, you know, it's kind of, my guilds aren't really on right now. There's a couple people. My guilds tend to be way more active during nighttime. But you know, when there's people on that are in my guilds and friends and people out here in Crag that know who I am, and like I said, I'm at times like a fucking celebrity on this game sometimes. But you know, when they text me or whisper me, it's hey girl, what's up? You know, like, it's not the dickhead shit that it was back at the beginning. You know, hey, what's up, bro? I still get an asshole every now and then that pulls that shit. They especially pull it on Facebook, and it's sad because some of these same people that are okay with me being trans here don't realize that's me on Facebook as well. And they're being fucking all transphobic over there. So it's like, well, you're still a douchebag, but, you know, at least I can play my fucking game in peace. So yeah, it's been a wild ride on this game. Oh. That's not a permanent damage shield. So, here's how I know this person's fucking around right now. So, you see how they're holding block to get the bubble? So when you have the actual glyph, like if I release like my block, the shield icon up in here in front will stay. So what they have to get that bubble is just a passive skill that turns this shield icon into that bubble. It's basically an extra, there's more shield to blocking when you have that passive. Going away. So yeah, it's not permanent, and the reason you were able to tell that was because their staff was up. And that means they were actually holding the block. Had it been the glitch that I was talking about earlier, or not the glitch, but the bug, um, that shield icon would still be there, or the bubble would still be there for them, but their weapon would be in the resting position. It wasn't like making you be stuck in block, it was the animation wasn't stopping when you stop blocking. The animation would just stay permanently on you. And so yeah, that person was pulling people's legs. But yeah, it's very obvious because they were doing this. They probably tweaked their skills just to be able to do that, because I noticed while they were blocking, they were moving fairly quick, and that's a passive skill that allows you to do that. What? You want some? Is that what I heard? You want some of this? It's your broken shield. Get over here. I'm probably, if they take this duel, I'm probably gonna get my ass whooped on a healer out here dueling DPS. Not, they didn't want it. This tune actually is fairly good at PvP, as you can see by the Battleground Butcher title. But I do not have my bar set up for PvP right now. These are all PvE healer skills I've got going on. So yeah, it's... If I really wanted to seriously sit out here and duel for a little bit, I would definitely be changing my skill bar up. Add more PvP type skills in there, and more CCs, and more damage. Yeah, now I'm starting to see some more of the names I know, so they must have been in like a trial. Must have been a trial group that formed and ran. I've been sitting here waiting for a trial, but as many people as out here, it doesn't really look like anybody's trying to lead anything, and I'm not I'm not trying to lead anything right now. Maybe later in the day. I'm not switching tunes for a normal cloud rest, so no. Well, I mean, I'm probably gonna give it 5-10 more minutes. If I don't have a trial by then, I'm probably just gonna end the stream. I'm sorry it wasn't more gameplay. I ended up just fucking running around and talking the whole time. It's somehow evolved from my build into the technical stuff with this game, into what has gone on with the community and Transpire, but it's really been a while since I've updated on that kind of stuff. And I've been meaning to, so it just kind of, I don't know, the opportunity presented itself and dropped it. I guess while I'm sitting here, I might as well just keep talking. So one of the things that bothers me the most about misgendering is it's disrespectful to my experience. You know, the people that raped me weren't fucking gay men that raped me because I was a hot guy. They were straight men that raped me because I was a woman. So to sit there and call me a man is completely fucking disrespectful of my experience going through that, of why it happened, it's just completely ignorant. It didn't happen because I was a dude. You know, it wasn't prison. It was out on the fucking street. It was a straight guy walking down the street that saw a fucking pretty looking girl all alone and took advantage of it. At whatever cost it came to me, took advantage of it. And when you sit there and you call me bro, sir, do, he, any of the fucking disrespectful shit, you're just completely disrespecting that experience and all of my experience. Like, I don't have fucking guy experiences. I have female experiences. Oh, seriously? Come on. I caught a bounty for just fucking randomly popping a heel. That's awesome. But yeah, it's just completely disrespectful of my life, my experiences, what I've gone through, what I've had to endure, what I've had to fucking summon incredible fucking strength and courage to fucking get through. I'm just saying, no, none of that happened, you're a dude. Like, it's just, yeah, it really, that's what bothers me about it. It's very disrespectful of my experience. It's disrespectful of the fucking people that love and care about me as a woman. And there's a fucking lot of them. A lot of them. You know, it's fucking not the people in my life that I have a problem with that shit with. It's fucking strangers. People that fucking don't know the first fucking thing about me. Just, you know, all the rhetoric bullshit they hear and propaganda and fucking... You know, you have all these organizations with massive fucking funding basically conducting a fucking propaganda campaign against trans people. And there's fucking morons sitting out there just soaking it all up like it's fucking, you know, the holy grail. Like, this is it. This must be the truth because, you know, and they just regurgitate that shit. You know, it's like that issue I had tonight on Facebook, with the one individual where he started bullying another girl, and I stepped in. The moment I stepped in, he went to my page, saw I was trans, and came back with all the trans bullshit. And, you know, I fucking told him, I'm like, if you're gonna go there, say one fucking thing original. Tell me one fucking joke I haven't heard already. Show me one fucking meme I haven't seen. Like, you think you're so fucking crafty and creative, like, let me hear something I haven't heard yet. And he had nothing. He had nothing, and they never do, because I ask him all that. Show me something that I haven't seen yet. Stop feeding me regurgitated, recycled bullshit, and be fucking original. And out of the fucking years and years and years and years and years I've been asking people that, I think I've had one that actually came up with something original. And they don't have anything. It's just regurgitated fucking propaganda bullshit. I mean, like, you know... That fucking stupid mime of Jake from State Farm, well, she's a guy, so... I can't tell you how many fucking times I've seen that. Like, it's so fucking old and ridiculous, and yet they find it funny. Like, well, I'm not a guy, so... Like, that's fucked up. You know, it just comes down to people know who they are. You know, if a man gets testicular cancer and they have to take his testicles off, he doesn't all of a sudden start identifying as a woman. Like, he's still a man. He knows who he is. That's his identity. It doesn't matter anything else. Like... And that's what it comes down to. Like, people know who they are, and you have these fucking morons that want to try and tell them who they are. And that's these idiots out here. You know, not like I said, this has drastically changed, so I don't want to be calling this entire group of people idiots. But there's definitely a couple mixed in here. And back in the day, there was this 90% of this shit out here. I mean, it was far more packed than this, because it was primetime hours when that shit happened. This place was like standing room only, and yeah, just 40 right here. This is the exact spot it happened. I just stood here and didn't move, and literally had 40 fucking guys standing around me, just fucking screaming every fucking derogatory, nasty insult they could. Telling me nobody cares that you're trans, shut the fuck up, tranny. Like, it just, none of it made any sense. Like, I go through some of the worst, most horrendous fucking gaslighting you can imagine. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting how people are with me. And like, some of them think that makes them cool, it makes them fucking edgy. I'm just really glad to see the change, though. I still don't see any. Oh, we're talking plunder run now. Now you're talking my language. I'm not gonna start my shit right now. I'm about to get off, so. Just gonna tell him I'll kill your scrub. He's asking for a 95k DPS to fucking attack. I'll kill him on my fucking healer. Let me go find this dude. I gotta go look at him. Talking mad shit like that. Where is he? I wanna fucking duel him. I wanna see if he deserves to be talking shit like that. Politest salt. I've seen it. I've definitely seen polite salt. And some people are very fucking good at it. Oh my god. Yeah, I've definitely seen polite salt. Where is this fool? He's around here somewhere. Because he was yelling and it doesn't have the range that Zone has. So he's got to be within the proximity. Not up on the pole. We're like, I don't know, if I was challenging people to duels, I would be right out there in the middle. Talking about you can have all my gold in my pocket, which he's probably got like 1 gold in his pocket, and he's just being troll as shit. Which is why I wanted to tell him I would fucking waste him on my healer, because he probably is just being troll as shit. I don't know where his little bitch ass is. That's him right there. I thought so. I'm watching. What are you? You're a tank. That's why. Fuck it, I'm gonna start it anyway. Alright, he really wants it. Let's bring it. Alright. He's not gonna see that coming. We're gonna leave all that shit. We're gonna go over to my front bar. I don't need the orbs. We're gonna put a mobilization. shield, hurricane. I'm gonna go with that there. Do I want that? Okay, I don't need the horn. Let's go with the fucking atro. Actually, we're gonna put the atro on the back bar, and we're gonna put negate on my front bar for now. I don't really need the combat prayer. We can put restraining prison there. Alright, let's go shit on this dude. Just cause. Where'd you go? Alright, fuckface. Let's do this. Little CC, ya bitch. That's a healer, so again, I don't have the DPS. I'm just hoping to beat him in a resource battle. And I'll stand here all day if I have to.
sealed your fate, criminal.
Morning, Graylin. Sorry, I was in a party.
No problem. Alright, I'm picking up Diva for the other healer, and we should be ready.
How you doing, New York?
Hey there, Muse. How you doing?
I'm alright. A little salty with this stupid tank over here cheesing everybody.
So,
Were you part of that VAA run that disbanded? Muse?
No, I was over here.
Okay.
Like, I forfeited to him the first time, and then when I came back on a DPS, like, I wasn't forfeiting to him a second time with that cheesy shit. Like, I come out here with my tanks and actually earn dual wins. This is just straight cheese. Like, he basically built a build with super high recovery. He doesn't do anything offensively, and he just stands there and shields and heals. Like, the only person that's actually going to kill him is somebody that has like 3-4 CCs that they can just CC the shit out of him. That's annoying though. Like, if you really want to cheese the duelist title that bad, just give a friend 100 soul gems, have him get naked,
Yep.
and go off in the woods somewhere. Don't waste everybody's time out here with your fucking cheesy ass build. Sorry, he made me salty.
alright.
Like, I'm already grumpy because I'm on my period, and I gotta fucking get in a duel with some fucking cheesy bastard.
Diva's switching now, and she'll be here in a second.
Alright, I guess we can travel it.
Yeah. Well, we tell somebody's not in text. I mean, voice chat.
Like, he's not that tough. Like, his resists and stuff aren't that high. Like, you could burn him fairly easily. He just has mad-ass shields and heals.
Yeah. And you guys know, like, he's a straight-out tank with resistance.
And since he's not fighting, you know what I mean? He's not wasting any of his resources on offense, so he's literally just standing there throwing heals and shields.
Yep.
See, there goes somebody else forfeiting. Like, that's such bullshit. That's a straight cheese build.
Oh crap, I DC'd. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. I still have crowns, so we're good.
I want to see, like, a Templar or a Nightblade that has just a shitload of CC get a hold of him.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was actually thinking.
Yeah, he would not survive that. Like, he takes damage fairly easy, it's just he has big heals. Like, if you can come at him with, like, 3 different types of CC, you know what I mean, and wear his shit down, yeah, he ain't gonna be able to deal with that.
So check this out. Do you know Tenchi?
Yes.
Okay. So last night, I picked her up to heal for us in VSS on a pug run. It was the 7th run of VSS of the day I was doing, so you can imagine how frustrated I was with VSS at that point.
Yeah.
I have been trying to get my Perfected Loki necklace, a ring, and a dagger. So I was on my 7th run, all 7 runs. I literally got one piece of Loki the entire time, and it was a shoulder piece. Everything else was Navitas, False Gods, or Yolikins. Everybody else, what they needed, they were getting.
Gross.
Alright. I picked her up, and literally I picked her up at the ice boss. Okay? She came in heal for us. I got the worst drop, besides I got the chest piece that I needed for Perfected Yolikins and Divine. I already had one, but I needed Divine, so I got that. So that was somewhat good. I got one piece I needed. I kid you not, she opened up her bag after the final drop. She got my necklace, my dagger for me. And she gave both to me without a question. People were screaming and everything else in it because you only get 4 pieces of jewelry and everything else, and the fact that it was a perfected Loki necklace on top of it.
That's pretty awesome.
And she just gave it to me. Somebody offered her $1 million gold, and she was like, "Nope, I don't want nothing. It's just for Graylin."
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's why I love her.
So a Templar got a hold of his ass now, and he's struggling.
Yep.
Like, he thinks it makes him God mode, but it's just cheese.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if you've seen the video, but there's a guy right now turning 135,000 DPS
That's
on the 21
crazy.
bars. This build is like, you could build this and literally, and it's a sorcerer on top of it. You could build this, have no problems doing it. It's going to be on the next patch. It's being done on the public test server. I should probably state that too, because it's a vampire. Okay, but the survivability, there's no way you could fight with it in real battle. You'd be dead within 5 seconds.
That doesn't surprise me.
It's a straight cheese build.
That's like his tank. If you took his tank into like an HM, he would get fucking wrecked.
But the problem this is going to cause, okay, is when people go into rank, okay, they're going to run that build in there.
Yep.
They're going to rank up to 100,000 DPS, and they're going to be able to run any mode, but their true DPS isn't showing.
I mean, that already happens, because, you know, people go in there and they put, like, parse food on and put skills on their bar that they're never going to use in content. Like, what I learned about parsing is, it's just basically demonstrating your knowledge of the game that you're able to manipulate.
Yes, it's just the
to
weave.
produce
Just
numbers.
being able to weave and, yep. And, like, a lot of people don't realize, like, when they're running Reliquins, that you have to literally a light attack or heavy attack every 5 seconds in the weave.
Yep.
If not, you drop your wins, alright? And once the win drops, like if you've got like a 5 or 6 stack, then you have to start back over and you're losing so much DPS because it only works when you really get up to like the 15th to 20th stack, you know? When you get up that high. So that's why people can't get, less stem characters can't get a good parse because they don't realize that they should be light attacking within at least every 5 seconds. Minimum.
Alright. I'm back.
Alright, welcome back. Pablo's the only one that's a DC. Diva's with us now. Once you get into the zone and you're here, well, I'm gonna actually it's probably better if I keep Crown just because I am the tank, the solo tank.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, he's struggling with this Templar. He really is.
I have no internet.
That was the problem with that. My Warden was I only had 1 CC. Oh yeah, this Templar's playing with him. He's stacking Rally on him right now just to wear his resources down, and then he's gonna go in. Here it comes. Burn him down. Burn him down. I want to see somebody kill this fool. Yeah, I killed him, but only because he finally realized I was going to stand there until he either fought or forfeited. I gave him 1 forfeit, and the second time I came back, he wasn't getting another. He just got wasted, and I'm teabagging him.
There we go, I got internet now. Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, I called it though. It was a Templar. Like, as soon as somebody with CC showed up, he was fucked.
Okay. So I gotta make sure that I have a barrier. Of course, I don't have a skillful barrier.
I have barrier.
Tanking when I'm on tanking back away from the group in the final boss, your barrier won't reach me. It's just an oh shit. I have magnet shell, so I'll just use magnet shell instead of it. So that way, if I do need a oh shit button, I have that for my ultimate.
What trial are we running?
VAA.
Okay.
Veterinary Archive. You're the only one we're waiting on.
I'm coming in right now, sorry.
Yeah. And nobody's grabbed quest yet, so you should be pretty good without we're having to worry.
I was just glad to finally see somebody humble his ass.
Yeah, I hear you. So Diva, can you hear me, hun?
I don't think Diva's with us.
She's here. She's just in. She don't. Oh, she's here in the zone. I just don't think she's in chat with us. Let me look in the chat and see if she is. I wanted to tell her about what. Yeah, she's not. Well, it says she's in chat, group chat.
I'm gonna post my gear for Diva just to make sure there's no conflicts and I don't have to change anything. Alright.
Well, what time are we supposed to be doing it?
Alright, everyone ready? Let's get this thing started.
We're on stream, by the way, so don't be giving away any of your secrets.
Hello.
Okay. Hey, Diva.
Hey, I'm ready. What side am I gonna be on?
I'll go right if you want to go left.
Okay. And I think I have a gossamer in mind.
Just let me pop a barrier before we go through the portal.
Oh shit! I didn't even hit that one. What the fuck?
I'm never gonna get this achievement.
I figured somebody was gonna need it.
My magic will destroy you. It rages like a storm through this town.
lose his head. The first mages make good on their promises.
Oh,
I came to this archive to contain the damage I could cause. My loss of control blasted all that you see into terrible existence. Why do you persist? Turn back.
alright, we're full red, so everybody's here. Everybody ready? Rolling in 3, 2, 1.
Home. Oh shit.
I'm down. Fuck. I'll be right back up. Hold on, guys.
I was looking for it and didn't have my camera facing the right way. That sucked. Let's go. Move.
I got Muse.
I'm up.
I got Nick. Sorry, Nick. Reset him.
Home. Home. Horn. 3, 2, 1, up.
Y'all made it in and died. Perfect luck.
Got the zone. Then need heals on the next one. I survived it. Home. Let's stop it, boys. Alright, babe, I've seen a little bit. I know. Good job, guys.
Why are you here? Are you like the first mages seeking power?
Heavy sack.
Such fool.
Alright, if you're in the middle, you need to go into crouch before you get onto your pad. Alright, all middle is crouching. Okay, tank will go left side, right side.
Is everybody on?
Muse.
I
Oh,
wanna-
sorry, that's you talking. Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody's on, we're good.
Alright, I'm gonna give a barrier and then step through.
Alright, tank's here to help you. Let's roll. Where's the chest? Oh, here it is. Advance.
Nom nom noodles. I second that.
Damn.
Noodles actually sound amazing right now. I haven't had pho since I left Seattle. Makes me sad.
I miss corn ore. I'm in Victor's DC'd. I miss carne asada.
Carne asada's pretty amazing too.
Yeah, well, we don't have it on the on the East Coast, so I haven't had carne asada since 2011. 9 years.
Hey, Graylin. Did we lose that person?
What?
Did we lose that person?
Yeah, I think he's a DC. He'll be back soon. Victor's
Okay.
pretty quick.
Okay. So, what kind of run is this? Like a pug?
It's just a pug. I was picked up out of Cragworm, but I know NYR from Guild 2, and there's a few people from Guild here, and there's a few people from Cragworm.
Yeah, I see a couple people I know from Valhalla.
Yep.
I'm a Cragger.
Okay.
But I know you know Muse, and I've known Muse for a couple of years now, so.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know her.
You don't know Muse?
Mm-mm. That's my
Oh,
first. My
wow, that's
first one.
surprising.
Yeah, I've actually never met Diva either.
Well, hey, girl. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. I'm well.
Your heels are amazing. You're making my life easy over here.
Oh,
So
yours
guess what?
too. I'm good.
So we ran VSS last night, Tenchi. I mean, with Tenchi. Tenchi
Mhm.
gave me my Loki necklace last night and a dagger, my Resurrected Loki dagger. I am so loving her right now.
How did you? Oh, you ran it twice.
She ran twice, yep.
Yeah. About time. So you got all your stuff.
I still need one ring, but I have a affected chest I use, so I'm running Reliquin's front bar, and then sorry, I'm running Loki on my weapons and jewelry,
I'm amazed that
but
you
like
don't
one
have
piece
that
runned out.
set though. I don't understand why you don't have it. Like we've run
I
that
have
track.
the worst. I have the worst RNG luck when it comes to getting my jewelry. Here comes Victor now.
I have every single set out of there. I have double Loki, double
I know, but you gotta remember, hon, I was gone for 3 months too, so.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. But we was running it a lot before you left though.
I know we were. Yeah. Well, Jerry needed one of everything 3 times.
Yeah, he did.
Like literally one of every fucking thing. You don't know how many times I heard people getting pissed off about him.
I know because they talked about it too.
Yeah, they still talk about it today. Motherfucker needed one ring. I needed every piece, and he took everything. I got one battle made that they won't come over here. There it is.
Overcharge, you guys.
Horn.
Overcharge
3,
your
2,
priority.
1. Horn up.
I got a second warhorn.
Oh, that was brutal stuff.
Overcharge your back.
What?
Overcharge your back.
I summon these creatures. Raise
Anybody looking for anything out of here?
outsiders from
I'm just doing a copper run.
I
Chest
just want
back there for anybody.
plunder. Give me my plunder.
Yep. NY, are you still here?
I am.
Okay, yes, you're at the mic, okay. Well, you just weren't moving off the thing, so I didn't know if you DC'd again.
No, I got
Carried
just
away.
responding some messages.
Are we doing hard mode or no?
No, no.
I would like my 10K gold thingy. I haven't done it this week.
If we weren't a pug, I'd say yes, but we don't
Yeah, I
have the
got you.
burn for it.
Oh yeah, yeah, because that first boss was crazy. Alrighty, I'm going back to party chat.
Too foolish to come farther. This Atronach gives way to no one.
Type an X in chat if you need a second. If not, I'm going to pull in about 10 seconds.
I'm good.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Does anybody ever give you shit about turning that boss gray?
Sometimes. I turn them halfway, but if you want, I can stack them right in front of you guys.
No, I'm just every time I tank it and I turn it, like people throw a fucking hissy fit.
I can see if they turn it and they get pissed off at me turning it halfway. I could see that. I mean, more than halfway if I turned it like a full rotation, I could see that, but they can still see. I cannot hard target that fucking, that nullifier back there.
We lost some peeps here. Barrier.
I am trying my hardest to get that guy out of there, but he's not following me. There he went out. He went to the front of it anyways.
Yo, what the fuck?
They're just not coming with me, like, they're not listening. Bad guy. Alright, that one came in.
This whole game's been glitchy since that patch.
Yeah, this is ridiculous though. Like, these guys should be like coming into the center here. Oh, the chain spinner finally came in. You see him run at the last second before he died? He came at me.
Barrier.
Warren. I apologize, guys. There, I tried everything I could to get them with him, and they would not listen.
That's all good. This game's been broken. That frickin' HRC run I did with New York, like I think it was like a week or two ago. Like my tank never dies in Hell Run. I died like 15
Somebody
times
has
in one
a
run.
merchant out, and I think it's gonna be Pizzone has a merchant. I think. Nope, it's not Pizzone. It might be Diva. It's an NYR actually.
What's that?
One of you guys have a merchant? Because he's whoever it is following either Diva or NYR.
It's not me. I'm over here jumping.
Yeah, it's Diva. It's Divas. Girl merchant. Alright, let me get my chest and we'll be on our way. I think Diva's left us out of chat.
Heavy sack over at me. I'm jumping. I'm
Yeah,
jumping.
the heavy sacks are always in the same place.
Yeah, I died 15 times in that HRC run because like I would hold block and it would say I'm blocking, but when I got hit, it didn't count any block mitigation.
It wasn't registering, yeah.
Nope. So I was getting hit for like with full resources, just getting decked for the full amount. Like that was embarrassing. Like I've never fucking died that much.
I've seen it.
Like I haven't taken that tank back in because that shit traumatized me so bad. I'm afraid to take my tank back in HRC after that.
I made 50,000 gold teaching somebody how to glitch out the bottom and top yesterday.
Nice. I learned how to
I
do
didn't
the
want the
bottom.
money,
I
but-
don't know how to do the top yet. So I might
Top is
be
really
I might be
easy.
your next client.
Oh, I wouldn't charge him. Like, I didn't want to charge him, but I didn't want to go in there, so he was like, I'll give you 50 grand if you show me. I was like, okay, you're going to give me 50K, I'll go. But you, I wouldn't charge you. It's really easy. The only problem with showing somebody is you can't physically show them unless they're watching you on like a screen, because nobody else can be in there with you. I think we might have one glitch out here.
Guilds I run with, I usually end up tanking the bottom, so it's rare for me to go up top anyway, but I would like to know how to do it.
Alright, they're killing one single one down there, so I don't see anything glitch on this side. I don't see nothing that's like out of the way, so it's gotta be the other side. Still gotta clear first.
Oh man. Let me put
Other
back
side,
on
jump down here.
that skill.
Pablo's alright.
Yeah, all the times I've ever run this, I finally figured out like 2 weeks ago I could actually just jump down here.
Yeah.
I was like,
Alright,
oh, wow.
leave one alive, guys. That way we know we're not just killing everything. Leave the Thundermaw I have alive.
Don't hurt him. I'm protecting him. Don't hurt him.
We have one left.
Don't
we have
hurt
one
him.
left.
Stop.
Attacking.
Stop.
Attacking.
Or not. I tried to protect him.
Oh, we're done.
Yeah, there's nothing else to attack in the center.
Yep. Well, I didn't realize the gate was down. We were trying to slow it down, so we didn't have to keep him spawning. Alright, the next boss, you must have 16.5 health. Ah, nice. I got the Lightning Staff of Eternal Yukita. I think I need that for my tank. I need to check real quick. That is the one I needed. And it's precise too. Nice. Well, actually, I'm not even sure because I think this is the other tank. But my other tank runs a key return key, not this one.
Even these,
This
the
is
Tower's
resilient.
gardens. They will shield me from you.
Celestial mage summons me to deny
I need to go
your
get a lightning
presence.
staff of leeching.
Begone from this realm.
I have the ice staff, so I can work it already, but I need the leeching ice staff. I mean lightning staff. I might go run that a couple times on normal on my Sork or my thing. Just run it like 1 or 2 DPS. All right, everybody, go to your trees. This boss right here, we will leave the Christmas tree open, which is the one that if you look over here, it's got lights on it. I know somebody said they needed a refresher. So this one right here, when the witch comes to this one, we always leave it alive unless we have time to burn it. But this is not the priority. Every other one is a priority. 2 people on each stack. Need to make sure we don't have a healer and DPS stacked together. When 2 healers stacked together, or healer and tank. Alright, so Diva's there. Alright, I will be on the boss the entire time, so it looks like we're good. I need somebody to come stand with Noodles. Maybe one of the healers. Diva, maybe.
Diva's not in chat, I don't think. Send somebody over to where I was at, and I'll go over there.
Yeah, Victor, go over. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Look like we're good. We're good.
No, there's
Victor,
only one where I was before. Right
I don't
next,
see the one spot.
next to Christmas tree.
Oh, okay, yeah, where Gene's jumping. Victor, go to Gene's spot, please. Mary, go stand with Fazone, please. Okay. Now these are your spots. Return to them.
So I went out yesterday, and then I woke up with a sore throat this morning, so I'm really hoping it's not the corona.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Well, you're young. You won't be that bad. Block. Good job. Warhorn, 3, 2, 1.
Horn in 3, 2, 1. Horn up.
I have next Warhorn. Okay. Well, not yet. One, 3, 2, 1. She never went up and came down here, did she? Maybe I just missed it.
She did, just we had a lot of hots down, so it didn't last very long.
How many of us can you handle?
Block, go back in the center, hold block.
Barrier.
Good job. Let me get barrier on this tank.
I love barrier.
Problem with this tank is it's really hard for me to get skill points by doing missions and whatnot.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find Pazone, but I can't find them. I think I got him there. I got him.
Barrier.
Warren. Burn him down, burn him down. I'm going to set my bar up to single bar now.
The tower ahead is not meant for mortal eyes. Turn back or perish. Mortals. No appreciation or understanding of what I do for them. I warned you to leave and take no responsibility for what happens.
You know what? I think I did heal with Diva once, but it was a long time ago.
Right there, guys. Sorry, I was just setting my bar up for this final battle. Yeah, VO necklace. That's 2 VO necklaces in 2 runs.
Oh yeah, I hate this boss. But he ain't too bad.
Overcharger on the left, and there will be an overcharger on the right. We're going to pull left first.
Stop the interlopers. They wish to harm the learned one. I need aid.
Overcharger first, folks. Now we have 3 overchargers. Well, no, we have 1 overcharger already. You ready for second spawn?
Fair. Don't you die on me.
Everybody stand behind her.
I did not trigger the face.
He has a mind of its own.
Fair.
I cannot stop these weapons.
Is there an axe in the group? Yeah, there's
2 of
got
them.
him.
3.
Trying to get him out. I'm down. Fuck. I gotta put cleanse on. I forgot to put cleanse
Coming to
on.
get you, I'm coming to get
Fuck.
you. Got him.
I knew I messed up on my bar setup.
Going back to the group. No, Axe got me.
I got it. I'm out of resources. There's nothing I can do right now. I've almost got my resources back. I got them back. She's not. She won't listen to me. Come on, turn around, bitch.
Barrier.
There she goes. Apologize, guys. That's all my fault.
It's all good.
I'm out of resources again. I'm going down. There I go.
Send a shard over to you.
Thank you.
Reflection on the left, if we can get it. Got a lot of people down.
Yeah, it's because I didn't put cleanse on my bar. That's why. I forgot to put cleanse on. I'm down. I can't cleanse the CCs.
You can change your skills while you're dead.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it right now.
What's going on?
I didn't put cleanse on my bar, so I keep getting CC'd. I messed up. I told her I was trying to say it, but I don't think you were in chat.
Yeah, I'm like, why are the access?
I made a mistake. I was trying to fix as best I could. I apologize, guys.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
I know, right?
Like, why is this happening? All right, okay. Let me know when you guys are ready.
It's all good, guys. I got one more pull and then I gotta go.
Yeah, we'll get it this bowl.
Oh, well, it's all good.
If you need another person, I'm talking to somebody that can join.
Okay.
He can tank, he can off tank or either DPS, whatever you want.
No, we shouldn't need an off tank. I'll get it this time. It was just I made a mistake. I didn't put the cleanse on my bar.
Okay.
I'm gonna go into. I need a. I don't think Evan will help here too much. I'm gonna actually go stingy. Because I'm too far away from you guys.
Yeah, you should go selfish anyway. Yep.
Oh my god. What time is it?
I'm definitely going to bed after this. I do not feel good.
I'll just get you out of here real quick.
You're
Give me
fine.
a second. Yeah, Okay, I'm gonna fix my gear real quick and then I'll be ready to go. Alright, I'm ready to go when you guys are. Everybody ready?
Yep.
Alright, pulling.
I'm throwing those shards blind, Graylin. Tell me if they're hitting you.
Okay. I'll let you know once it's one. Yep. I got one.
Gotcha. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky because I have to aim right through the boss, but make sure I don't go over the edge.
Mm-hmm.
reflection on the right behind boss.
Everyone needs to turn and focus this reflection to the right.
Yep. Give me a shard, please.
Did you get it?
Yep.
You got a reflection to the left of the group.
Everyone focus reflection left.
Shard, please.
Hang on. Dumping heals on you.
Okay. Perfect. If you need a shard,
Barrier.
as soon as you can.
Alright, shard coming right now.
We have axes in group.
Yeah, I'm trying to get him out.
Shade up by tank. Everyone focus shade up.
Is the axe still in the group?
Yeah, they're still.
I'm trying to get him. I had to back up a little bit because I had that blackness on me. Are they both out now, or there's still one in there?
Still one in there.
Alright, I'm trying to get it. I need a shard, please.
Gotcha. Should be one up there.
If you got a sidestep to the side of the boss, because it's directly behind the boss. Just, yeah, tighten up behind. Get out of the AoE.
I cannot find that third. I got the third one.
Getting up now.
You got a reflection on
I'm
the
down.
left.
Fuck. I'm down. What the fuck? I'm in the blackness. I had to go into the blackness to get it out.
Someone got that tank, okay.
I'm trying.
As soon as he can get me, I'm up.
This shade's gonna kill me though before I can get the
Yeah,
res.
he's not gonna be able to get me because of the shades.
It's a wave.
Fuck, guys. I'm sorry. Let me figure out what I've got going on here. I might need to change my CP for this.
It's all good.
I can swap too if we need.
I do this. I've done hard mode here solo, so it's my. I'm pretty sure I've got my mitigation registry set up wrong.
I gotta go, guys. I gotta get ready for this conference call at 1.
Yeah, I'm sorry, NY.
Thank you, New.
That's all good, man. That's all good. Thank you. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you, guys.
Do you need a DPS or a tank?
Let me just set my CP up real quick.
Do you need the CP?
I've got it right here. 56.
Are you using that?
That's my problem. That's my problem right there. My spell shield isn't high enough for the damage. My recovery's not high enough. Yeah, I need to reset it. I'm gonna reset it right now. I knew I should have fucking checked this.
For your tank?
Yep. I just didn't check my fucking recoveries before I did it.
Alright guys, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Hey,
Yeah,
Patan.
I'm about to go smoke
What's
real
going on,
quick
Diva? How you
until we can
doing?
get a next DPS.
Hey.
Alright, my CP set up correctly.
Yo,
I'm sorry,
Berlin.
folks.
Yo,
Yep.
bro, you think I got enough time to go smoke before we get this next DPS in the group?
Yeah, because I
Still
gotta get
supporting.
everybody else up. Yep.
See, I knew you
I'm
were
about
here,
to go
Diva, because
smoke real quick.
I could feel the heals, so I knew you were here.
Yes, I was there. Raven was
Diva, I'm
killing
sorry,
me
hon. I
with
didn't
his
set up my
ashes.
CP either. I just try to rush this, like being an asshole. That's
Are
my
you
fault.
using Nephis CP? Because you don't need anything in Spell Shield for in Nephisis.
I haven't used a Nessus. What is Nessus? I've heard that like 3 times now.
Like he's
Nephis
like
is a
the
really
new,
OP tank.
he
Really OP.
is like the new outcast now. Like that's where everybody gets their CP. So for him, you need to have 81 in
What is it? How,
Ironclad.
spell his name for me, hun.
It's NES
Yep.
FAS Nephis,
SES.
and it's QS. Yeah, I'll link you to their Discord. Like it's crazy. It's like a school of Elder Scrolls Online. I'll send it to you. Everything you need to know is in there.
Is it on Discord?
I'll send it to you. They have their own Discord and
Do you
all
want the
the
tank CP real quick? Do you want the main
Yeah,
tank
if you
CP?
could give it to me real quick, that'd be great. I'll make sure I have the right
Always.
setup.
it's
81 Ironclad?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, Diva, you go ahead. You got it.
81 Ironclad.
74 spell.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
43 Hardy.
0 spell.
Yep.
0
Zero
spell.
spell.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
hold on.
0. Mm-hmm.
Alright, I have to take it out.
Yeah, it looks like you're looking at like a healer CP.
I was looking at the Alakos one, what he had
No,
set up.
because I don't have any. Oh no, I have 68 in Spell Shield. Yeah.
Alright, what is so nothing in spell shield. What do I go to next?
Hardy. 43.
Hardy. I had nothing in Hardy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what's the next one?
Elemental Defender 56.
Alright, got that. Thick skin 48.
66. Thick skinned.
Wow. Alright, yeah, I definitely need to get that link. This is what I'm
Yeah,
talking
I'll
about.
send it right now.
I'm behind the 8 ball being gone for 3 months.
Yeah, you are. And heavy armor focus 24.
Nothing in quick recovery, yeah, because obviously I'm not getting anything for recovery because I'm too far away.
And if you want to do your green,
Okay.
it's 72 in Warlord.
Okay, I gotta take something out of something.
Sprinter, you should only have 3.
Alright. Is that it?
Oh no, 72 in
Okay.
Shadow Ward, 37
Shadow
in
Ward.
Tumbling. Yeah,
Alright, 72 and how many in tumbling?
37.
Okay, so where am I taking from? Tenacity 64?
It's Warlord is only 37, not 72. So go to Warlord, your first tree.
Yep.
Put that down to 37. Put
Okay.
all that
Warlord
in
is
Shadow Ward.
72.
You have 72 for Warlord.
Is this for
Yeah, I'm
tank?
looking at, and I'm looking in Nephis's thing. It's 72 for Warlord, 3 for
Oh, that's a little
Sprinter,
different.
43 in 43 either Arcanus or Tenacity. It says your preference. 37 in Tumbling or 72 and maybe it's a
I change.
typo?
You know, mine. No, mine's a little bit different. I do 64 Arcanus just because the mag recovery while you're blocking is really nice to have, especially for your tank. And I
Yeah,
just
me
do.
too.
This is kind of like my own personal preference. I do 37 Warlord and make sure I have 72 because 72 is a must in Shadow Ward. You gotta have that. Bash Focus is nice. You really don't need Bash Focus or Sprinter at all. Those are useless.
Yeah, they only have 3. Yeah, in Sprinter.
Warlord, you need at least 37, but again, that's kind of up to preference. If you are getting stunned, because the reason why that's probably so high is because if you get stunned, you lose taunt of all your axes, and they
Yep,
all.
that's why I was using Inner Fire. And that's when I was using cleanse to cleanse off the break.
Otherwise, if you just keep taunt on one axe once they're by you, then you'll never have to retaunt all of them again. You just focus on one axe, and you're good.
Okay.
Braylon,
All right,
pass
so I
me
got.
Crown.
Yeah, I will just a second. I'm going to finish this up real quick. I got 37 in. I can't pass until I'm done with this anyway. So 37 Warlord. Tenacity I have 64 in, and Arcanist I have 75 in.
You don't need so much in tenacity. I mean, yeah, as long as your Arcanist is high enough, you'll be good. You can go a little bit less in tenacity just to make sure you have it. Do you have 72 in Shadow Ward?
I have 72 in Shadow Ward, nothing in Shade, nothing in Tumbling.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't need the tumbling, honestly. You're not going to be doing any dodge
I'm not
rolls.
tumbling back there, exactly. So I can
Then,
put,
yeah,
I have 34 points left over right now. I have 52 in Tenacity, 75 in Arcanist, and then 37 in Warlord. Nothing in Sprinter.
Yeah, you're not going to need Sprinter or tumbling, really. Those are just preferences.
I'm just going to, I'm going to bump it up a little bit on Warlord.
I would make sure, yeah, your Arcanist too, I have at least 75, and then Tenacity as well, because if you need to have attack resources back.
Yeah, I'm going to go up in Tenacity a little bit too. I went up to 64 in Tenacity, 75 Arcanist, 55 Warlord. I'm going to go up to 59 in Warlord. And then I have 72 in Shadow Ward.
No, yeah, you should be good.
Okay. Okay. And I'm going to give Crown to Diva.
If you're having any more issues, like I'll show you a trick with leeching for your armor if you got a self-sustain and you don't have a healer.
I just put leeching on.
So what I do, what is it? Let me go to my tree. Just for like random stuff, if it's like really hard, like Black Rose, like I'm the 3 DPS and I'm the only tank. I like some like only like stage 4. I'll run leeching because that shit, man. There's so much coming at you. But what I'll do, go to your blue tree, the ritual.
Okay, hold on.
Thermitage, I do about between 64 and 75 in the Thermitage because it's going to increase your damage over time. And with leeching, the more damage you do over time, the more heals you get every time it procs. So you're basically just like not only doing a little bit of DPS, but it's just huge incoming heals.
Yeah.
And then
so Thermitage I should put up, I have it at 25. Should I move it?
Yeah, so make sure you have at least 75 in the Bless, because that's your self heals as well. That'll also proc off of leeching. I do 75 Blessed. Like you can do like.
I have 75 in Blessed.
How many do you have into Elfborn for your
51.
Okay, that's good there. Yeah, go to like
Elemental
at least,
Expert 15.
You don't need anything in the Elemental Expert. You're good there.
Okay, so I'm gonna take all that out.
Nothing else in the second tree, like 0 in second tree for you for tank.
Yeah, I have nothing in second tree.
Because you want to make sure you have your last stand as well. So
I have 75 in Mighty.
And then do
3
like
in Piercing. 26 in Precise.
Take out Precise. You don't need Precise.
And then Thermage, I'm going to have up to 67 in there now.
Well, just make sure it ends on an even number.
It does. Yeah, I know that off percentage.
It's 64.
65 actually, because it's 22.08 and then 21.91, so it's 22.8 is where I wanted at.
Perfect.
And then I'll make sure with Mighty that I'm at 1407, 1413. So for Piercing went to 514. So I left a little bit more in Piercing. For penetration.
Yeah. It's going to help. It's not going to do too much. It's really just for your stabs.
Fuck, I gotta pull some money out real quick so I can confirm this. I gotta go to my banker.
Do you need a banker? Or do
I have it already. I'm in it now.
I'm sending Crown Pack Grayland.
Okay. I'll get the other 2 DPS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright,
what's up, you?
So this should still be set up correctly. 75 Blessed, 51 Elfborn. Nothing in the second tree. 4, everything's still set up, so I just have to confirm it. 65 in Thermage, 75 in Mighty, 4 in Piercing, so that's perfect.
In your blue tree, honestly, you really won't need to change it too much as a tank. It's just nice to have when you do have to have like self.
Well, I wear leeching a lot actually when I'm self-sustaining, so.
Well, there you go. Then yeah, that'd be a good setup for you, man. You should see a difference.
All right, so I'm gonna find the other 2 DPS real quick.
Okay. I'm gonna grab a coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Ooh, no, I want coffee.
We should be fine this time.
Yo, I just broke 45 on the 3 mil. I'm not a scrub no more. You heard me, Graylin?
Yeah, I heard you. Awesome. Mark, I
46.
didn't even realize that was you in here.
Yeah. I
Did you
got
just join?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I was in a party with Diva.
Oh, nice. Diva, you were the one Diva was testing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, Diva, I brought Ark into the guild. She's probably not in here.
We left party chat, so.
I'm in here. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, I brought Ark into the guild a couple nights ago.
Yeah, I know. I was with you when we met him. And,
Oh, okay, cool, yeah. Sorry, shit just blends in with the fucking quarantine.
Yeah.
Alright, I got the other DPS coming, I just gotta re-invite him.
Okay. My food is actually good.
Before we start, would you guys mind just, somebody just give me like a brief rundown of mechs? I've tanked it, but I haven't, DPS'd.
What do you need to know?
You can just give me like a rundown, if you don't mind.
The mechanics, you just hard stack on the boss, put your nose in her asshole.
Okay.
Then take your finger completely off the left control stick, and anytime, if you do have to move, make sure you're holding block, walk out, hard target. Hard target can be done by using the the right trigger, and then holding it down, R3. When you got your triggers or your crosshairs at the target you're targeting, you'll see a glow start glowing. That's hard targeting. Hard target, and walk back into the group with your block. Then you can take block off when you're in the group in the hard stack, and then you just attack down the reflection. All your attacks will go there because you've hard targeted it. Then just literally that's all you do. You just burn, hard target the reflection when it's up, get it down, then burn the boss, and it's just rinse and repeat all the way through.
Okay, where will the reflection be? Right by the boss?
It'll pop up anywhere. Like, think about a clock. So the person that's calling up reflection will say reflection up 7 o'clock. When you're looking at me where the tank is at midnight. So just if it's 7 o'clock, just look at 7 o'clock on the clock, and that's where it'll be.
Okay.
And if the reflection's anywhere between.
Oh shit.
So
this right here is 12, yeah?
No,
Don't
right
even worry
here,
about the time.
Yeah, right here, yep.
Where the group's at, I'll just say left of group, right of group, behind group. It's a lot easier.
In front of tank.
Don't move with your L3, just turn your camera with R3.
Yeah, and then hard target that way, stay in the same spot, and then DPS as normal. But
the only time you'll have to move with your L3 is if the reflection is literally directly in front of the boss, between the boss and the tank, because you can't hard target past through the mage.
And if that happens, just hold block while doing so. Yes.
Hold block, walk out, keep block held the entire time, then hard target with R3, hard target, walk back into the group, and then start attacking. Because once it's hard target, it's going to go right to the boss and right to the reflection.
Even though I'm stam, even though I'm melee.
Okay. No, if it's range, just drop your your arrow barrage, any range you have on it, and then just focus boss if you're stam. Just make sure you have all your dots on it. Reapply it.
Okay, so if it's not in melee range, cancel the hard target thing. Keep focus on boss. Keep dots on
just drop dots and then focus main.
Yep.
Okay.
I didn't realize you were stam. My bad. I automatically think everybody's Magicka because that's what I run for DPS. Besides my one stam character.
Yeah, well, I just got a macro up, but I just got back to the game, as you know, and I spent all my gold golding out this deadly. So I'm a broke boy at the moment.
Yeah, I ran VSS last night, and Tenshi gave me my gold necklace. I was so happy.
Oh, how sweet.
Do you have time for one pull before you go, Mayor? Because everyone's pouring in right now. This should be the last pull. We should be good if you got
we're good.
10 minutes. Because she's saying she's got to go, but if she can stick around for 10 minutes, we'll get it right now.
Who? The healer?
No, Mary, the DPS.
Oh, sometimes I can solo heal this.
Yeah, the other healer is actually Muse. Mary's a DPS.
The zone, architect, zone guys should talk to each other. He's really good at tanking.
No, I don't know who Mary is. Sorry, we had somebody named Mary earlier in the group. They must have left.
So he's in the are you still in the Halapa zone?
Yeah, I'm actually, they made me an officer there. I'm doing a Vast Prog for them, and I'm helping them with the VSS hard mode as well.
Yeah, I planned on getting with everybody, but since the PS4 servers won't let you link YouTube at the moment, I feel like I'm kind of on hold, so I've just been practicing.
Trick will let you parse with him at his house. Usually, when I was in his guild, he always would have said, if anybody needs to do a bar, come to my house.
Yeah,
Oh
he loves
well,
putting me on him.
yeah. I didn't realize how severely you could animation cancel jabs. Like I went from hitting like 43, 44, and I just like my first time doing it, I just hit 46.6 on the 3 mil.
Right. On a 3 mil, yeah, that's solid. That's good.
Yep.
Yeah, well, see, like on the rotation, I was only getting in 4 jabs before Power of the Light again, and now I get in 5. So.
That's solid. Yeah, nice.
Well, yeah, bro. If you after all this is done, dude, if you want to swing by the crib, I'll parse in front of you.
Okay, yeah, definitely. I mean, I use my buddy's parse. I really the 3 mil not so much. I usually do the 21 mil. 3 mils I think is very essential though, just for like burst. It kind of determines who your portal team should be.
Yeah,
everybody's
but,
here.
I can see my buddy's parse. He's hitting about 85k on the Templar right
Ooh,
now. Templar.
that's sexy. Okay, yeah. Well, I'll get with you after this.
Alright, yeah, for sure, man.
Alright, so everybody who's behind the tank, go to the other side, please.
Give me a second, I'm AFK.
Yep.
Okay. Can we just go around? Okay.
You hear me? He's looking for a mag DK for that Demo hard mode, not a macro.
I mean, I'll get with you after this. I have a mag DK. I just don't like playing mag, but I can. But
You're gonna need
yeah,
it.
I'll just. I know it's mag meta. I get it.
You ready?
Yep. But Muse is still away, so we're gonna wait for Muse to get back.
Ooh, hold on. I have on Lava Foot. Low. Let me put on Dubious. Weapon power pots. Okay.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So do we have to block on the initial positioning as well?
No, just run up. As long as she's not looking at us,
yep,
we'll be fine.
Okay.
Only time you take damage it really is when the reflection's up or there's a black pool of AoE underneath you. Which if you're close to her ass, that will never happen.
Okay, nose and ass hurt.
Because I got killed 4 separate times by chain lightning, and that only happens if somebody else moves. So please don't move.
That's actually really not true. It could happen if the boss gets the tank and somebody else, and they're a bit like, I don't know how to explain it. If the tank is standing a certain way, that'll cause chain lightning. Nobody was moving.
Because you gotta be exactly behind her. Like you can't be in here like one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not.
If she sees you, it'll cause it as well.
Oh fuck! Yeah. Pablo just
Nobody
DC'd.
was moving. Yeah.
We can still pull. I mean, while we're waiting here, you can jump in.
All right, I'll pull.
Everyone else is ready
Pulling.
to go.
Pulling in 3, 2, 1.
Stack hard, stack right on your ass. Axes. Axes are up.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it out.
Alright. Everyone turn, drop your dots on reflection, right a group.
Alright, I got axes back.
Range DPS focus.
Yeah, I got endless sail on it.
Nice. Alright,
What was
hold
that?
blocked.
Okay, okay.
Slowly just walk back.
Okay.
Chain lightning. Okay. I'm gonna wait at
If you're deeps, can you get your face right up in our ass so I don't have to be so far back?
Okay.
I would greatly appreciate that.
I wish, like...
Do you have Warhorn? That's really
Yes, but I've been throwing barrier instead.
Nope, no barrier. Let's do Warhorn. Use barrier for that.
I really wish, like, just like with the Maul Infernal Fusion, I wish the Chain Lightning would show you who did it. So you
Mm-hmm. They actually have a lot of third-party tools on PC that helps you allocate blame. It's probably a good thing it's not on PS4 yet. A lot of people's egos would get ruined.
Alright guys, we got 2 reflectors up, so turn around, focus the one behind group, and then there's one to the right in front as well. We gotta get those down.
I'm dead? How?
Check your recap, I guarantee it's Chain Lightning.
Slam, 15k, consuming life, 26k.
Oh, the reflector.
Horn in 3, 2, 1. Horn up.
Reflector, right a group. Everyone drop your dots.
Did I do something wrong?
No, no, you're good.
Okay.
Let's make sure that reflector's down. Hopefully we're for the next one. Everyone stop DPS in the boss. Everyone focus this reflector. Everybody on this reflector before we get to the next stage. Hurry up, hurry up. We're about to get there. Everyone drop your alts. We're already there. We gotta get that reflector down first. Just focus that reflector. Hurry up. Awesome, good job. I'd say barrier with the horn here. Just keep alive if you got it.
Barrier.
Alright, nice work.
Alright, that bird got much better.
That's it?
Mm-hmm.
Last ball.
There you go.
Man, y'all had me thinking the mechanics in this shit was like super complicated. What the fuck?
No, but it's set up correctly. You're good.
Just move your camera, stand still. You'll be good. It's not.
Yeah. What? I think I just accidentally hit a portal. Well, I got a mending ring. If
I'll take it if you don't need it. I'm building a healer.
Heavy sec on me if anyone wants it.
But obviously, if Muse or Demon needs it, they can get it. They get first priority on healing equipment.
I don't need anything out of here.
Eternal. Anybody need gold eternal Yukita for their tank?
I'm good.
I'll trade the mending for an eternal, or just if somebody needs it, like they can just give me their gold ring, and I'll give them this one.
Would you be willing to take cash, gold? Because I have a mending ring too, and I want to keep it, but I'll give you 50k for it.
I don't really like taking gold from guildies, so you can just have it, bro. You can just have it, man.
Bro, I'll buy the mending, or you know what I mean. I'll trade my gold accessories for the mending stuff. I'm really
do it with him then. If he's willing to trade you, then yeah, definitely, because he needs it too.
If somebody else has a ring too, there's 2 rings here. You can have both of them.
How do I get back to y'all?
They're gonna
we'll come through the trial to you.
Okay.
We just have to come to the portal.
Did I get a coffer?
You'll get a coffer. I don't think you'll get the coffer because you only did one boss.
Oh, okay. Who said that?
Check your inventory, dude. Go to your supplies. You should still get it.
No, I didn't.
Did you check your supplies?
Amalia, I'll buy
Yeah.
that ring of mending from you also. If you're selling it.
Just to give it some. Sell it to him.
I thought there was like a no selling policy type.
He's not in guild. He's not in our guild.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
but
in the
don't sell
guild.
it to him now. Just give it to him. I'll give you my gold piece. I don't care. If you just want to.
Yeah, you don't have to sell it to him, but.
Yeah, just give it to him.
Okay, if yeah, just give me whatever gold ring you got, bro, and I'll give you this one if you need it. This is Architect.
That's Pablo. He's the one looking for it.
Here, I'm gonna
Pablo?
give you my gold piece.
Yeah.
If he doesn't give you a gold piece, you can have mine.
And I apologize, guys, for me taking so long to tank through that. Like, I literally tried to fucking cheese the fuck out of it.
Grilling, bro, you did better than a whole lot of different tanks I've seen, bro. Like, you're good. You're good.
I know. I hate fucking, you know what I'm saying. I hate fucking people having to wait because of me.
Hey, Escobar.
What's up, bro?
The jumping little orc right here has a mending ring if you want to. Oh, hold on one sec. What you doing, Diva?
I'm trying to trade you my gold necklace. There you go.
What? You know, what you want?
I don't want anything. Just give him. Don't sell the ring to him.
Alright, you can be my sugar mama, that's cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Whichever necklace did you get?
She gave me an eternal.
Eternal, nice.
Accept trade, Pablo? Por favor.
I didn't receive one.
Okay. Is this you? Oh, okay.
Let me get my coffer and go about my business.
Alright, my loves, thank you for the run. I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, you feel better, hon. I hope you feel better.
Thank you. Have an amazing day.
You too.
Oh my god, I
You
never
too.
wanted to.
Alright, thank you.
No problem, dude. You're in Valhalla, right?
Nuh-uh.
Oh, your name looks familiar. Okay.
I thought he was in Valhalla too.